Gentleman from Solid Waste Division of Public Works. What I learned today was that we have a lot of programs I don't think citizens are aware of to take advantage of, whether it's cardboard collection, whether it's tote cleaning, or also just the fact that we have one gentleman, Mr. Mario, who goes out through the entire city making sure that we recycle properly. Please make sure that we recycle properly so that we can get the best, most efficient use of our solid waste throughout the entire city. It was great to be here today, and thank you for tuning in. See you on the next job.
There's a place in Northport that invites you to slow down, to see, hear, and feel the world around you. Inside the Garden of Five Senses is Boundless Adventures, a playground where every child can play, no matter their abilities.
The handle sticking out of the sentence. That's how much it filled in.
I get it. I get it. Pretty high on the mic. Can you turn that down just a little bit? Gotcha. Any better? Well, maybe that's too much. I want to make sure you can hear me out here as well. You good? Okay. Everybody good there in the process? All right. So do you have family in Syracuse?
My wife's parents.
Oh, okay. Okay. We'll talk about Syracuse. Yeah.
All right, we're going to get going. Morning. Today is Tuesday, January 6, 2026. It is 9 a.m. We're in the city chambers, and I call the City Commission Workshop Commission Retreat meeting to order. Commissioners present are Commissioner Duvall, Commissioner Stokes, Mayor Emmerich, Vice Mayor Langdon, and Commissioner Petro. There was a quorum present for this meeting. Also present are City Manager Fletcher, City Attorney Fuino
He's behind you.
He's behind me. There we go. City Clerk Foss, Board Specialist Linder, Captain Harvey, and Deputy Chief Herlihy are in the back representing the police and fire. I'm going to call on Vice Mayor Langdon to lead us in the pledge today, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the
United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, ma'am.
You are welcome.
City Clerk, any public comment?
There's none.
Okay. Moving on to general business, item A, 26-275, City Commission Retreat and Governance Workshop. City Manager, this is your item.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Today we have our consultant, Doug Thomas from SGR, to help guide us through today's topic. Annually, we do bring him in to discuss our strategic planning for the year, where we go over our budget, our priorities, our assumptions and initiatives. Today we are focused on good governance, which is a topic that we did discuss at last year's retreat, but there has been a lot of recent conversation regarding roles, responsibilities, our form of government, and other things that we need to discuss to get all of us on the same page moving forward. So that will be the topic of today's discussion. I will now turn it over to Mr. Thomas. He will guide us through and we will interact accordingly. Thank you, sir.
Great. Thank you, Jerome. Well, welcome, everyone. It's always good to be back in Northport. I always feel like I'm an extension of your staff as much as I'm here as well, between recruitments and governance and strategic planning and things of that nature. I just want to do a sound check. I have a colleague of mine, Lynn Tipton from the Florida League of Cities, who's going to be joining us remotely. Lynn, are you there? Lynn? She's not connected. All right. Let me see if I can catch her and just make sure she's back on. She says she's on a blue screen and gave it audio and video permission.
So I would do a refresh.
All right. Okay. Okay. Well, when we're trying to work through the technology on that, we'll go through the process. Well, as Jerome said, normally I'm in town at this time of the year to do your annual retreat to talk about your strategic plan, talk about goals and objectives and where things stand. I have been, obviously, Northport is near and dear to my heart. I spent a lot of time here working with you and your staff on a variety of projects and recruitments and planning activities. And I've been watching and hearing some of the challenges you've been facing in the last several months going into the fall and the process into this year. And so when Jerome had reached out to me to talk about strategic planning, we had a chance to kind of chat a little bit, and he explained some of the challenges and just the dynamics that were taking place. And I said, listen, it's really going to be hard, in my opinion, for you to sit down and think about focusing next year, 2026, at this stage of the game, why this kind of dynamic is in play behind the scenes. And so many times, both as a former city manager, but also as a consultant, I work with councils to kind of help work through some challenges that take place. And I've done that here before in previous compositions of commissions as well. And so I suggested that before we did the strategic planning process, which we'll probably do sometime sometime either later in January or early February, it might be helpful for us to see if we can come down and work with you to see if we can get past some of the kind of the sticky points that have been coming into play. Because, as I said, I have featured Northport a lot, as in many cases, best management practices. Just last fall, I was involved doing a strategic, or a presentation with the Florida Government Finance Officers Association. I regularly speak at them, but one of the things they wanted me to talk about was strategic planning. And so I went through a variety of communities that I had been working with over the years that are in different stages, and I wanted to highlight the fact that you and McKinney, Texas, another community I work with pretty regularly, are kind of at the far end of that extreme of how well you're doing it, tracking it, and programs and all those. And so I suggested to Jerome that it might be helpful for us to really just spend half a day today, just talk about governments, talk about issues that have been challenging here, to try to work if we can provide some recommended strategies that I think can help you all as a group be better effective in your governance process and in your relationships with staff as well. So what I want to do today is, you know me, my background is about 35 years in city management in Maryland, Michigan, and here in Florida. And then I retired and then joined SGR 10 years ago, and I do, as you know, a bunch of recruitments for communities across the country. Also do a lot of strategic planning and governance retreats and speak at various conferences and events regularly. But I thought it would be helpful, and I'm hoping by now, is Lynn in? Is she on board yet? Not yet? Okay. I want to get Lynn brought on here so she can introduce herself. I'll do a little bit of a background. Lynn Tippin is a friend and a colleague of mine. I met her when I first moved from Michigan down here to Florida. I was involved very extensively with the Michigan Municipal League Board of Directors, also involved in our state association of city management. And George Goodman, who was the executive director of the Michigan Municipal League, got me in touch with Mike Sitting, who was the then executive director of the Florida League of Cities, and got me connected with Lynn. And one of the first things I did when I came down here as a new manager in Florida was actually attend an elected officials academy, because it gave me a primer on the Florida Open Meetings Act and how everything operated. We often joke in this business in city management, it's kind of like having a driver's license. You can drive in every state and you generally know the rules, but every state has some unique dynamics and issues. And obviously Florida has a very strong Open Meetings Act, public records processes, and we just do things differently, as you all know, in Florida. So literally the first couple of weeks I was here in Florida, I attended an elected officials academy that Lynn was facilitating as a member of the Florida League of Cities, and got to know her. Her family comes from a group of city managers. She's got a brother that's currently a city manager, a dad that's been in city management as well. She's actually done some work in that. For a period of time, she served as the executive director of the FCCMA, the Florida City County Management Association. Then she went full-time to literally just do the Elected Officials Academy in Florida. And so, as any of you have participated, how many of you have been involved in the EOC, Elected Officials Academy? No? Okay. She's probably going to make a pitch on that, even though she's retired, but still does some work with the league. But this is a process where you can actually go through and go through a certification process and learn about. I attended the first session, literally learning about governance and how Florida operates. But there's a whole series of classes that you go through, and you can actually get certification and going through that effort. And Lynn has done that. So I thought it would be helpful to have Lynn be part of this conversation, because she has interacted with elected officials all over the country for well over 10, 15 years now. taught about governance, taught about forms of governance, talked about issues and challenges that all of you face as elected officials in various capacities. And I thought between the two of us, we could probably tag team and talk a little bit about some of the things you're dealing with and how some other communities have dealt with those issues. And the goal here, the outcome here, is to see if we can get you kind of back on track as a unified council as much as possible. I'm not asking you to say that you don't defend your positions and your advocacy issues. But the goal here is to be effective. We really want you to be able to operate as a team as much as possible. And I can tell you that I work with a lot of communities, as much as this is probably problematic and a challenge for you right now. I literally have been brought in and worked with councils that are suing each other. They're deposing each other. You are not there now. Yeah, I know this might feel ugly and might feel tense and all that. I just want you to know there's always somebody that is dealing with something that's a little more challenging as well in terms of those issues. And we try to help many of those communities work our way through. So what we're going to do today is, after we get Lynn connected, I want to have her literally give her background and bio in the process. I thought it'd be helpful for us to just kind of work our way through an agenda that I think gets us kind of where we are. I want to talk a little bit about your charter, talk about your administrative policies, talk a little bit about the Greg Robinson legal opinion, and I also want to talk a little bit about the ICMA Code of Ethics, just as background. Now, my goal here is not to necessarily rehash everything, but I know that you've got a viewing audience, you have people in the audience watching, just to set kind of a baseline. But this is meant to be a very encouraging dialogue conversation. You know, I'm going to help facilitate these conversations. I'm going to probably ask some probing questions, as will Lynn as well, to try to draw out your thoughts and opinions. But at the end of the day, I want to talk about that. I want to have Lynn then spend some time talking through the forms of government, the structures, the things that we see elsewhere in the state of Florida, how you compare to those, and how charters and forms of governments compare as well. And also just conversations she has had with a variety of elected officials in her role as the elected, she's on board. Lynn, are you there now?
Yeah, let me have you.
Oh, okay. We'll work through this. So at that point, once again, a lot of thought, a lot of feedback. I know you're going to have questions. We're going to build that into this. This is meant to be a very engaging process. So with that kind of all as background, the next piece of the meeting will be really some recommended strategies that either I have used or I have seen or Lynn has seen in other communities that are dealing with this issue. Because the goal here is there's always some way to help you get comfortable with what you can do. We just have to figure out what that looks and feels like and still be consistent with all the rules and regulations that we need to operate under here in the state of Florida. So that hopefully will be a series of recommendations. I'm sure that will also generate a lot of conversation and feedback and what works or what doesn't work. And Jerome and I have talked a little bit about that, so he would not be surprised by anything that I'm throwing out here. But we think that hopefully with these strategies, this will give you what I call the path forward and able to get you kind of together as a group again in terms of engagement and processes and your role as elected officials in governance as well. And then from there, we'll just talk a little bit about next steps and what that looks like. And then at some point, we're going to have to come back and talk about strategic planning, but we're not going to do that today in the process. So I now see my friend and colleague, Lynn, on the screen. Can you hear us okay, Lynn?
Yes, very good audio. I hope you guys can hear me just fine as well.
Gotcha. Lynn, I gave the background about how you and I first met when I first came to Lakeland and attended Elected Officials Academy to learn a little bit more. So they know that and they know a little bit of your background, but let me give you a chance to kind of introduce yourself and the role that you have and the work you've done with the league and what you're doing now.
Well, thank you, Doug, and good morning, Northport, and it's a pleasure to be with you. Sorry that I'm not there in person. I do apologize. My background really is about 35 years in Florida municipal government through the Florida League of Cities. I did intern for Port Orange and worked as a management and budget analyst for the city of Tallahassee prior to coming to the league. So not quite 40 years in local government altogether. I retired last year, but I'm doing the retirement in what is called a soft landing, so that this first couple of years, I will consult only for the Florida League of Cities and help in any of their training programs or projects. I've helped with scripting workshops, etc. And I'm keeping a hand in the weekend training class we do that's nicknamed EMO and EMO 2. that was going to be probably the hardest thing for me to walk away from, just because I so enjoy getting to know the elected officials and hearing their backgrounds, why they ran, what is it they want to do within their own municipality. And so it's been a wonderful local government career for me. I've been very blessed to get to work both with the Florida League of Cities and the associations that they administer. And those include FCCMA, which I heard Doug telling you about, and also the City Clerks Association, the Public Information Officers Association, a variety of the other local government associations. Just been a real pleasure to get to work across those boards. So background is not that I became an educator by academic degree, but it just became something very near and dear to my heart to be on the road, work with the city officials, work with communities that were considering municipal incorporation, like Siesta Key in your county. That's been also a large part of my career. So you've got a background there other than that. And Doug, I don't want to take up too much time with that, but just a little background.
Thank you, Lynn. And Lynn, just estimate, how many, in your role in teaching and working in elected officials academies and the training programs, how many elected officials do you think you've engaged with in that capacity with the league over your tenure?
Well into the thousands, but I don't know if I've exceeded 10 to 15,000, but I'm probably somewhere getting close to, I'd say maybe 12,000 total. One of the statistics to share is that there are 2,260 mayors and commissioners or council members, and 700 turnover every year, roughly. And so there's a constant learning curve, and not all of them come to league events or league conferences or training events. But I would say that in my travels around the state, I'm probably over 10,000, maybe 12,000.
I wanted to say that only in the sense that because I know a lot of people in this business, both as a city manager and as a consultant, but Lynn, as far as elected officials, she clearly surpasses my direct knowledge of that. But I thought that it would be really helpful to have Lynn be part of this conversation because of that relationship. And she's had conversations with all of you as elected officials and the challenges you deal with. She's said, hey, I've seen that here, I've addressed that here, here's some other ideas as well. So we literally thought, even though Lynn wasn't able to physically be here today, we could do a nice tag team between the two of us, both as a practitioner in city management, but also in someone that understands the city management role, but also works directly with elected officials and has trained elected officials here in the state for many, many years as well. So Lynn, thank you so much. I appreciate the background. I'm glad the technology jumps in. And feel free, as you and I talk through this, you're welcome to jump in and add any comments or thoughts as we go forward, or if there's questions that you would like to address to her as well. We'll go from there. So let me start off then a little bit about governance. And the first several slides that we're going to be using is something that I was here last year. You may remember in December of, actually it's 23, December of 23 going into the December of 24 going into the 25 year. We went through some governance, we went through an IOPS process, and then we talked a little bit about strategic planning. So it was like a day and a half type process. So these slides are going to be similar, in many cases identical to what we had used. I just thought it'd be helpful as a touch point, just to set the foundation of what we talked about, because everything we talk about today is not going, there's nothing we'll be talking about today that will be inconsistent with what we talked about a year ago. Now, there are going to be different strategies that we can use to help navigate that perhaps a little bit differently given the challenges you've been facing. But I want to just be consistent, the fact that we're not changing our tune. We're basically saying here are the ground rules, but there are ways we can interpret those rules differently to help accomplish the goals that you're trying to get to as a group as well. So I always start off as when I do governance workshops is to go back to your charter, because your charter is your constitution. It's the reason you exist. Local government in any country or in any state is unique in the sense that because typically you're governed by the county unless in fact you decide, your citizens of your community decide they want to have a different form of government, and they adopt a charter through a referendum process which outlines how you operate. And Lynn's going to talk about the different forms of government and that process before, but at the end of the day, your forefathers in this community decided to adopt a charter. It may very well have been amended over the years, as many charters go forward. But basically, they've said, this is the ground rules that we're going to do. And so your charter outlines a structure of a council manager form of government. It outlines the roles and responsibilities of you as a body, as a commission. It also outlines the responsibility of your 3 charter officers, your city manager, your city attorney, and your city clerk. They're in a similar type fashion, although the roles would be different as well. So I always like to start off with a discussion about what the charter says as it relates to the city commissions, because obviously this is the nature of this conversation today. So basically it delineates the responsibilities. It talks about the limitation on the city commission's powers. And specifically in this case, we're dealing with the city manager, which is really the heart of the conversation we're having today. How do you as elected officials engage or interact with staff members that are under the responsibility of either the city manager, the city attorney, or the city clerk? And so I just want to highlight that. I'm not going to go through it word for word. I know over the meetings that both Lynn and I have watched over the last several months, I know this has been discussed as well, but I thought it'd be a good starting point for foundation issues there. There's also limitations. You have powers as legislative policymakers to adopt things, and those are articulated in your charter, but there's also limitations that speak specifically about your engagement as it relates to your engagement with city employees that are under the employ of either the city manager, the city attorney, or the city clerk. And so you'll see what those look like. And I know there's been a lot of conversation about what that looks and feels like, and we're going to help you kind of navigate that differently, but just recognize that this is a document that was adopted by your residents when it was first put into play, and it is your constitution. So this is the highest level. There's state laws, but in your case as elected officials, you have to follow state laws and federal laws, but this is up there in terms of responsibilities. And when you actually are elected into office, you swear an oath to support the Constitution of the state, the Constitution of the United States, and your local charter. That's part of your oath of office, that this is what you will follow as well. Now, we can talk if you want to change those things or not, but the bottom line is those are the rules that we have to work with and navigate as we go forward here. So in this case, it talks about the involvement of the elected officials as it relates to both the city manager employees, the city clerk's employees, and the city attorney's employees. Obviously, the city manager has a little broader level of responsibility because the person in that role is charged and vested with the responsibility of the entirety of the organization in terms of operations and functions. So there's much more detail as it relates to the city attorney or the city manager's position. But they also have some limitations, just as elected officials do. They can't necessarily dictate certain things to the city clerk or the city attorney as it relates to the employment of their personnel. They fall under personnel policies in general, but the actual appointments and the direction that those employees receive from your other charter officers are also protected from the manager, just as you are not able to direct those functions as it relates to your other employees or those charter officials as well. So I'm not going to go through the great detail. I know you've seen this, I know you've talked about this, but want to at least put it forward there. Other areas and powers and duties with the responsibilities of the manager, as you know, handling your commission meetings, scheduling reports of your disbursements and your expenses, certainly the annual budget process, which is part of what we do here, and then that leads into your strategic planning, which leads into the outline of your budget, and then monitoring that budget throughout the year. You handle purchasing, the signing of warrants, things of that nature, and the balance of the responsibilities, kind of administrative and ministerial responsibilities. And there may be other functions that, if they're legally authorized, that the commission can direct the manager to do X, Y, and Z, assuming they comport with both the charter and state and national laws as well. So it's kind of like catch all other duties as assigned, so to speak, as well. In a similar vein, you have similar responsibilities as it relates to the responsibilities of your other charter officers. So the city, as it relates to the city attorney, that person serves specifically as your legal advisor, has the opportunity to make opinions on contracts and processes, will represent you and or engage other counsel as an outside counsel if necessary to provide that effort, and certainly involved with the review of contracts and bonds and any legal instruments that would be associated prior to you making actions on it and giving you legal advice. That is your general counsel, is the city attorney. Just like in a private sector, you'd have a general counsel. They may have people working under them, but they provide the legal advice to the board, in this case, the city commission. City attorney certainly has responsibilities, handles any complaints, handles any legal matters that take place. Attend your commission meetings as they go forward, And then if there's a question from law about what is the law, you go to that individual and they render a legal opinion or secure outside legal advice to render a legal opinion. But as a charter officer, that is your city attorney that represents you legally and handles the interpretation of anything, including the question of whether it's an ordinance or a charter or a policy, whether it comports with state, federal, or local or charter dynamics. In a similar vein, I didn't go into great detail here, but you also have that vein with regards to your clerk. Your clerk has similar responsibilities, and employees in the clerk's clerk's function also play into part there. So before I jump into the next piece of that, as I say, I know you've all talked about this, but I wanted to at least set the standard as well as anybody that may be watching there. Were there any questions? I know I went through that pretty quickly, but any questions? I know you've all talked about the charters in the past. I know I've presented them, but is there anything that we want to talk about before we kind of talk about interpretation of that? No? Okay. All right. So, as is the case, and Lynn will talk about this a little later during her piece of the presentation, most organizations, charters are like, as I say, are like a constitution. And constitutions have interpretations, either legal interpretations, state law, court cases, or administrative actions. So in the case of the federal government, many times they'll pass a legislation, and then from there it gets interpreted into a rules and procedures by the administration. You, in a similar way, have done that with your charter as it relates to provisions in that charter to provide some greater guidance and direction, if you will, with regards to how that is interpreted. So in the case of Northport, you have an administrative policy. It's entitled 6.8, and it deals specifically with the concept of how you as elected officials engage with the employees that are under your charter officers, whether it be the city manager, the city attorney, or the city clerk in the process. So this was adopted. I'm going to give you the history of this a little bit later, but basically this is something that we would see typically in almost all organizations. The language may look a little different and the interpretation may be a little bit different, but I want to be saying that you're not an outlier by any stretch. You will see these types of policies and procedures in almost every organization, even under different forms of government, not just under the council manager form of government as well. So what it talks about here is literally how you engage with employees. And that really, I think, gets at the heart of this issue. Because as I've watched the meetings and had the conversations, and I will tell you as a practitioner, somebody who's been in city management for a lot, and I've had every community I've worked in has had similar types of charter provisions and interference issues and things like that in terms of policies. I think my take is, and this is me, and I think to some extent Lynn would say the same after watching it as an outside advisor, that we've kind of gotten into this area where there's hard and fast lines where how do I engage and do this appropriately? And I don't think, I will tell you, in my experience as a city manager and Lynn's comment as a trainer in elected officials working in Florida, this is not intended that you can never have a conversation with an employee. But there has to be some level of control as it relates to what your charter, which was adopted by your residents, say, this is how we're going to operate with. And so this policy is trying to interpret that. And this policy has some history to it as well. You've had a policy like this way back before your past several managers, but I know that the city HR department has worked its way through to get a history of how the policy that is now in effect got adopted. So I thought it'd be helpful to just go back and review that to understand that. But basically what it says is if you're engaging with the employees that there's rules and boundaries about how that works, to protect the responsibilities by charter that your charter officers have in their roles and responsibilities in delegating their duties. And so this talks about the city manager, the city attorney, and the city clerk in terms of those employees, and that basically covers everyone, other than the three employees that you employ, which is the attorney, the manager, and the clerk. Those are your employees, and you get different relationships with them than you do with other employees that fall under their responsibilities. So I'm going to go back to this issue, and the HR department was involved in pulling this together. you had a policy prior to 2019. Now, we're back in COVID, if that gives you an idea. We're 6 years back now at this time. But in 2019 and 2020, the policy, the HR department started to review how that policy, if that needed to be updated. And that's a fairly common thing. Policies change, state laws change, federal laws change, working issues change, things like that. And so in this case, it had not been changed since 2013. That was a long time. So 6 years back since it had been touched. So that's when this effort started. It went back through. Now, this is going back to actually 2 managers back between Jason, well, between your current manager, the interim manager, the previous manager is Pete Lear. So this goes back 3 managers to this process when it was reviewed, and it was sent to at that point, your manager, Pete Lear, for his review and comments. There was a lot of conversations back throughout the 2020 about what that looked and feel like. I'm not privy to all those items, but obviously I just want to say that there had been an extensive review of this document. And there was comments about how this process was interpreted. From there, it went to the city attorney's office. Well, actually, Amber would have been in play, but Michael Golan was working at that stage doing the review. They sent the manual to the attorney's office for their review. A lot of conversations between Michael Golan and the HR department as it related to all the different things incorporated in that administrative policy, including this section that we're dealing with here. And then ultimately, there were some adjustments made at that level, and at that point, the numbers got changed. The previous policy was 7.8. It got changed to 6.8 as things got shifted and adjusted from there. So that's the policy we're working on now. But I want to go back, this goes back to 2019 when the first started there. It then went through, as Pete Lear left the organization, Jason Yarborough was your interim manager. He took control of the process for a while. It had been reviewed and went back to him. It got reviewed through that process. During that effort, we were involved in the recruitment of your current manager, Jerome. That came through, and he was appointed on October, well, he was appointed, but his first date was October 1st of 2021. I was involved, as some of you were on the table that know that, I was involved in that recruitment. One of the things that was so important to the commission was that whoever they appointed, that they were a member of the International City County Management Association, ICMA, and also within ICMA, there is a self-certification process that you can pursue called a credentialed manager, ICMA-CM. It's a voluntary program, and the way that works is that you are required to do a self-assessment of kind of a 360 evaluation of your skill sets. That gets peer reviewed along with your recommendations about how you're going to enhance your skills in those areas that you may feel that I need additional time and training in to be a better manager, to be a more effective manager. That goes through, it's a multi-step process. You become a candidate, you apply for that, you do the assessment, you do your plan of action, you become a candidate, and then there's a period of time in which you have to complete those things, in which you are then peer reviewed by other managers in ICMA to say, okay, they've accomplished that, you now have ICMA-CM credentialed status. And during the agreement, when Jerome was first hired as your manager, he was in that process. He was already a member of ICMA, he had gone forward to submit as a candidate for ICMA-CM, but you have to work your way through that effort as well. But I wanted to highlight that was a condition of his employment, and not only to attain that, but also to retain that and stay in good standing with ICMA. So once you achieve that status, it's not like I put my feet on the desk, I'm done. You still have to commit to 40 hours of training. You submit an annual report that gets peer reviewed to make sure you're continually enhancing your skill sets to go forward. I'm going to come back to why that's so important later, but I wanted you to all be aware that that was a critical issue of concern when the recruitment was taking place and when Jerome was ultimately hired. And that language, word for word, well, I'll show you here shortly, is in his agreement, and I believe still retains in that agreement to date. I know the agreement's been adjusted over time as well. So anyways, October 1 comes around. That's Jerome's first day on the job. One of the things to get lands on the first day, I always joke about when you're a new manager, the car still rolls down the road at 70 miles an hour. And so you do a lot of things in that first day. One of the things that he had to sign off on was the policy. My understanding was, for HR department, there were no changes. The policy was pretty much adopted, ready to go. He signed off on it as the new sitting manager, but made no adjustments to the policy. It was first day, just reacted going forward. So at that point, then after 2021, we're ready to rock and roll. And then on January 3rd of 2022, the effective date of that policy comes into play. So there's a lot of history to how you got here, and none of it has to do with your current manager. All that took place before Jerome even started in this process. So let me stop there before we go to the next level. So any questions on how you got to where you are and what that looks like? Jerome looks like he wants to talk.
Yes, Doug, just to reiterate, I didn't make any changes to it because it was already fine the way that it was. The HR director, as well as the legal department through the city attorney, had already verified that it was in alignment with the actual charter itself. So it wasn't that I approved it and then said, oh, well, I wouldn't have wrote it this way or I would change anything. It didn't need to be changed. It was fine, and it reflects the sort of relationship that we should be having today.
Gotcha. And just to reiterate, that also went through an internal legal review. So it was both administrative and evaluated legally as well.
I have a question.
Sure. Yep.
One, and this might be more for HR, the elements in that policy that instruct employees to not engage with us in terms of operational questions. Over time, did those restrictions get strengthened or weakened, or did they stay pretty much the same?
That's a Christine question, probably. You've got the institutional knowledge on that one.
Just stand here. I believe it really just stayed about the same. It was just kind of putting it in writing. It was the direction of the person who was our city manager at the time, but I think it just put in writing what was pretty much happening anyway.
Yeah.
And prior, I've been here, this is my 10th year here now, and that was the same philosophy that was before the item got changed. Policy.
Right.
So.
With these kinds of restrictions, what problem or problems do they seek to prevent or fix?
Well, I think it's everything we've talked about at these meetings to make sure that certainly department heads, I'm sorry. I'll do my best being on the spot here, but it was just to make sure that the communication was still going through our leadership and making sure that certain commissioners weren't getting more information than others were. It was just really trying to be as transparent as possible, keeping it structured and going and making sure, because like I said, I started under another city manager altogether, and that was the same philosophy that was shared with me. It was the same philosophy that was shared in my prior employer as well, another city down south.
Okay.
So,
Okay, thank you.
does that help?
Yeah.
And I know, Len, we're going to talk a little bit later about that effort, but do you want to chime in after Jerome's comment on this one as well? Because it might be appropriate based on the question that's being raised now. Go ahead,
I
Jerome.
can certainly say that out of the 411 municipalities in Florida, 280 are council manager or commission manager, depending on the term, and they indicate that there are non-interference clauses for either in the charter or in ordinance in many of these forms for the same reasons, Commissioner.
Great, thank you.
And Doug, I just want to give you an example. So one of the examples from this personnel policy and the separation of duties and the non-interference clause is that during one of our meetings, Commissioner Duval made the statement that we were no longer had our HR manager employed with us, and had he been able to speak to staff, then that might not have happened, or she might be here or others might be here. That's a clear distinction between the roles and responsibilities of what I am responsible for under this personnel policy versus the responsibility of a commissioner. That would never be allowed to be an acceptable reaction to involve himself in personnel matters. And that's where some of the discrepancies come from my job to his job.
Sure. To that point, and I know Lynn will talk a little bit articulating this as well, there are certainly charters where you have what is kind of a standard council manager form of government charter as it relates to roles and responsibilities. There are other charters, and I do this because I recruit for city manager positions all over the country. There are certain charters where the manager has to make a recommendation for certain positions where the council or commission has to approve that position. Sometimes it's for a CFO position, a chief financial officer, or for a police chief or something of that nature. Or sometimes in some charters, the attorney works for the manager and the manager has to make a recommendation on that position. So I've seen those personally, and those are a little bit different where there is some involvement. There are also some charters that say if a department head or if you don't have a civil service process or whatever that issue would be, some charters, especially in really small communities, will have an employee gets terminated, there's an ability to do a hearing process before the commission for advice and consent. That's not how you're structured here, but there are charters. I can find charters that say everything differently, and no matter where I want to go, but we have to follow what charter we have here, whatever the charter may be in place in whatever community is there. But what you're going to find is there are more consistencies. As you get larger, you find more consistencies in charters and more traditional council manager structures and roles and responsibilities, and the rules of engagement of elected officials become much clearer. When you get into smaller communities, and I say Lynn's going to spend some time talking about different types of forms of government and what she sees in those areas, and that may generate some conversations. But basically, what Jerome is saying goes back to what was in your original charter, that the manager is responsible for all those employees under his or her charge, with the exception of the employees of your charter officers. So the concept of your charter does not provide an ability to be engaged in personnel matters beyond the 3 employees that you appoint. That's kind of the parameters that you're dealing with. Okay? So I understand in watching the various meetings that have occurred since last fall that there has been some questions of interpretation of what your charter says and what your administrative policy says. It's my understanding, and Michael's here now, or I'm sorry, I'm thinking Michael Golan, I'm sorry, I was thinking back. But throughout the development of your administrative policy that is in effect today, that was reviewed by currently your assistant city attorney, Michael Golan. My understanding was that from time to time, discussions, even when Amber was here as your city attorney, some questions have come up about that issue and has opined in a very similar fashion. From what I understand, watching some of your meetings, Michael has opined that the charter and the policy seem to be in concert with each other. But as a board, you're entitled to an outside legal opinion. That was secured. Both Michael is board certified in state and local government, and the attorney that responded for Gray Robinson, if you don't know Gray Robinson, it's a statewide firm, very well represented, very well established firm. We used them when I was in Lakeland as corporate counsel for a lot of our functions as well. Also a board certified in state and local government attorney, looked at your charter, looked at your administrative policy, and said they are in concert with each other. There is nothing inconsistent there. So the reason I raise that is that you have now multiple opinions from internal and external that say the policy that is in effect is not inconsistent with your charter, that it comports with your charter. And so it's not like you've got conflicting opinions. Sometimes you can get different opinions and different attorneys. You now have multiple opinions that have said, in essence, this policy seems to be inconsistent language and direction and intent with your charter, incorporating a variety of case law as well and looking over that document. So I know I wasn't going to go through it, but in case there was questions here, obviously this was the opinion from Nikki Day, who was with Gray Robinson, once again board certified in state and county and local government operations. And you've seen the 3-page opinion there. It talks about the same charter language I've mentioned, but also incorporates case law, which says, not only am I just saying this, here's what the courts have said in similar interpretations. So unlike where sometimes you may have different attorneys coming up with different thoughts and opinions about the same topic, in this case you've had consistent outcomes from your attorneys as well, both internal and external to go forward. So I just want to put that in play. If we need to come back, that may be a conversation to go forward. But I wanted to come back as further background information to talk a little bit about what I mentioned earlier when your current city manager was employed and the desire to make sure that the ICMA, that he was a member of ICMA, and that he pursue ICMA credentialed manager status. We always, when I do recruitments for city attorneys or city manager positions, I always encourage that the board put language similar to that, at least for membership of an ICMA, because number one, that binds you to the ICMA Code of Ethics. And the ICMA Code of Ethics we're going to talk about here shortly, but basically, as a member of ICMA, you are representing as a professional manager, advancing professional local government management. And there are a code of ethics that we subscribe to, and we can be challenged if we're violating these policies and procedures that have consequences to us professionally, as well as personally from financial. If a complaint is filed, there is a process utilizing a state ethics committee that reviews that, and they make a recommendation. ICMA board of directors are involved in the process, and either they say there's a no finding, or there's a censure, or there's an expulsion. Any of those censures or expulsions have significant ramifications politically and operationally to a manager who wants to stay in this profession. So it binds whoever you hire as a manager to those code of ethics. And those are adopted and amended throughout the time, from time to time, by the ICMA membership and ultimately adopted by the board. So every contract I ever work with a community, when I'm doing a city manager recruitment, I would say at a minimum, you should bind your manager to the ICMA, being a member of ICMA, because it automatically binds you to the ICMA Code of Ethics. And that gets you some additional standards in terms of the way in which they operate with you, with your community, and ethically how they operate, so that we're not damaging the profession of local government. And so this background here, as I said, this goes back to 1924. It's been amended over the time. It's been adjusted over the time. But basically, ICMA is our international association there to trade, to help promote professional local government operation. And Lynn's going to talk a little bit about how we got through different types of managers over the time as well. But basically, there's currently in the ICMA Code of Ethics, there's 12 tenets. And those tenets outline the standard in which we as city managers are expected to conduct our business and how we interact with our elected officials, with our community, and with our staff, and how we advance professional local government management. As I mentioned, the language in Jerome's contract when we originally negotiated it included this effort of ICMA membership and credential, that you must be a member of ICMA, that you were in the process at that point of becoming, he was an ICMA CM candidate. When that gets completed, that he would continue that through his employment, and also continue that his credential would be with no lapses or losses or revocation. So why is that important? And the reason, and it really gets back to the issue here, of those 12 tenets in the ICMA Code of Ethics, tenet number 10 is specifically oppose efforts to interfere with professional responsibilities by consistently executing official duties, policies, and processes with an unwavering commitment to unbiased public service. So you bound your manager to the ICMA Code of Ethics. You went one step further and said, I want you to be a credentialed manager, which means he has to follow the ICMA Code of Ethics or he's in violation of his contract, and he also puts himself in jeopardy professionally going forward. Now, within the ICMA Code of Ethics, there's 12 tenets, but ICMA also, just like a constitution, has interpretations. And so ICMA has given guidelines as part of the ICMA Code of Ethics to help guide the actions of managers and members of ICMA as they go forward. So part of the guidelines, the two that fall under this particular tenet, which is really kind of the issue that we're dealing with today, is information sharing and feedback. It says the members should collaborate with the governing body to establish clear communication protocols for effective, equitable, and transparent information sharing and reciprocal feedback. And then the second guideline is personnel and operational managers. The member shall lead personnel and operating decisions consistent with responsibilities established in the charter or enabling legislation without interference from the governing body. So that's going to put you back to say, okay, you've got the charter, you've got your administrative policy, now you've got ICMA on top of that, and you made your manager a requirement to maintain membership in ICMA. So he's trying to do what your charter says. And your legal opinions have talked about the interpretation of the administrative policies relative to your charter. So there's kind of like three levels of things here that all seem to be in the same play of how this is supposed to operate. Now, what we're going to talk about later today is interpretations of that, where we see that maybe there's different thoughts and opinions about how that interaction can work and still effectively be consistent with the three elements of your charter, your legal opinions, and ICMA Code of Ethics, and your administrative policies. Makes sense? All right? So before we shift on that, any other questions on what we've talked about so far? I know this is all background. The goal here is to get you from here, where do we go next? Pretty good? Jerome, do you have something to say?
Are you about to go to the next
Yes.
topic?
Yeah. Yeah. The next one is, I was going to have Lynn talk about structure of government here. Yeah.
Before you go to the next topic, can you go back to the interpretation from the third-party legal attorney? Because during one of our conversations, part of what we're trying to get through here are public comments that have been in contrary to what you're presenting now. You're not hearing any questions now, but there were tons of questions when we discussed it publicly. And we appreciate your time. I know it's valuable. I don't want to go back through this again. So I feel like we need to get the questions that were discussed then out now. Otherwise, we're not going to be able to move forward. And after today, I'm sure I'm not alone. I don't want to talk about this anymore. I feel like we need to just address it. This interpretation was dismissed in our meeting by saying that they have an opinion, we have an opinion, I have an opinion, and I disagree with this third-party city's opinion after disagreeing with our current city attorney's opinion. The question needs to be asked, why do they disagree with that opinion, and how is their interpretation of this charter and our rules better than our legal experts? That's the question that some of our commissioners need to answer today.
And I can't use well, I guess it doesn't work on the screen, but in on the upper right-hand side of on page 2, it says, further, each commissioner of Northport takes an oath of office to, quote, support, protect, and defend the Constitution of the government of the United States, the Constitution and government of the state of Florida, and the charter and ordinance of the city of Northport. The oath imposes a binding legal and ethical duty to uphold the charter, including both its grants and its express limitations. I think that's how it reads from there. So, as I mentioned earlier, when you all become elected officials, you swear an oath of office, you're adhering to the Constitution, the state, and your charter and your ordinances that operate here. So I guess to Jerome's question, I mean, certainly we're open for this conversation. This is intended to be a dialogue, not a lecture by any stretch. And as I say, we're gonna get into some options here as we go forward, interpretation. But to Jerome's question, is there? From my standpoint, it looks pretty clear. But I'm one person, so I'm open for a conversation on this one as well. Mitra?
Yes. Microphone.
I think it should pick up. Well, guys, if you can give us a heads up, you can hear Demetrius when he speaks.
1, 2, 3.
Are you good?
Yeah, you got the.
You're good? Okay, go ahead.
So the whole point is not, the sticky point about the actual interference with the responsibilities and duties between the commissioners and the appointed positions, that is city manager in this case, is not that we want to violate the charter, if you will.
Okay.
But as I was running for my position, I made a promise, or one of my core points was transparency.
Mm-hmm.
So when I talked to my constituents, and it's a lot of people.
Sure.
I represent a lot of people, right? 5 of us, we represent almost 100,000 people. So I made a promise, if you will, to be transparent. Accountability, it was one of my other core points. So it's not so much I want to get into the duties of a city manager or interfere with the charter specification of limitations. It's more of a communication.
Mm-hmm.
And somehow the question was twisted that some commissioners don't understand the roles and want to overstep the appointed legal frame of actions, which is legislature, right? But to legislate, there has to be some freedom to communicate with the actual processes. I never intended, I repeated many times, that I want to get into the role of a city manager or undermine his authority or his office. I have no desire to do that. I had no desire to do that. What I wanted to do and expressed many times and was limited and refrained, and I don't want to use the word threatened, but the words were used that, if you go this far, you're going to get consequences, if you will. So my position and the whole sticky point is not about interfering. And that's what this confirms. The legal opinion confirms. The internal conclusion was that, interference. I don't want to be in an interference of any type, of any kind. What I want is open conversations. And how can I be transparent to my constituents if I cannot interact or at least ask a question about operations? Now, to deal with legal, not administrative services, that's a different realm of area that I don't want to get into that. But asking a question, hey, and we, many times we refer to the subject matter experts. And I want to talk to the subject matter expert unbiasedly. What do you think of this policy or simple question? I don't want to give him any directions. I don't want to make any requests. But the charter does not prohibit the city commissioners from communicating with the staff personnel. And that was my, maybe it was interpreted differently and twisted that we want to take over the city manager's roles and responsibilities. That wasn't the case. And coming with a sincere intention that, somehow, it was presented that your role is to be a legislator, and it is true. But somehow in the process between October and now, the whole interpretation of my intention, at least, and I can speak on myself, about myself specifically, because I don't want to speak on anybody's behalf. They can speak on their own. That was, get the unbiased opinion, for example. And somehow we landed here. So I do understand the city manager's frustration that he doesn't want to come back to this. So let's settle this once and for all.
I think that's the intent today. If we can land the plane and get to a point where you can all get comfortable about how this can work, I think that's the goal, because you have a lot on your plate as elected officials and as a community. And I think the goal is here, I don't want to sound like a horse whisperer, but sometimes we can help you get there. And I think we've got some ideas. I do want to say, though, your charter does provide direction and guidance. It's not like you can't get that information. What your charter and your policy says, you have to go through the manager, and the manager can decide whether he's going to answer that or somebody else may want to answer that. So I want to just put in the record, the charter does not prevent you from getting information, but it does prescribe the manner in which you have to get that information through. Okay? And that seems to be consistent with what your charter says, what your administrative policies say, and what your legal opinions have said. So it's not like you can't get the information. Ultimately, we're going to talk about processes that may give you a better level of comfort about where that information comes from. But the charter is very clear. That direction has to go through your manager, your clerk, or your city attorney.
And that is correct, to make requests or,
Requests
ask.
for information.
Information. It is not just direction, it's information. That is outlined very black and white in your charter that says this is how you operate. Now, we can talk about internal policies and procedures that may give some leeway and still be consistent with what the charter has to say, but the charter is very clear in terms of you have this process to get that information. And it is what it is. I'm not making it up. It says that in black and white. You have to go through your 3 charter officers who are your employees to get the information. As I say, bear with me. I'm going to give you some strategies that I think will help you get more comfortable that we see work that are not inconsistent with your charter or your policies. Maybe you might have to adjust some policies a little bit to make it accommodate. I'm not here to just say we're just going to stay and everything is what it is. We're going to give you some options. As a manager, I never wanted people coming to me and saying, well, here's the problem. I want also some recommended solutions. So we'll help you get there. But I do want to put that the charter is clear.
I don't want to be impatient, but I would rather stay quiet on this issue because I guess it was settled in a way. But at the request of the city manager, he wants to settle this once and for all. I just want to speak up again and saying that, I never intended to interfere with any responsibilities of charter employees. But my intent was very sincere and to get the unbiased information, not controlled information, if you will. And that's it. But and it's not just, provide me this type of report, but it's more of a, how do you think this was done in a way? Do you think it could be better? What can we do better? As my constituents or any citizen can come to any staff and ask any questions, and now I'm suddenly prevented from asking a question or dealing with, I don't want to deal with administrative services, but as far as information, that was my biggest concern. But
I'll defer to the mayor in terms of a couple of you want to speak, so I'll
Down, Barb. No. Prime example, I can't remember if it was with Mr. Fletcher or Mr. Lear, because I worked under both of them, or worked with them on this commission. But the situation came up about Warm Mineral Springs and what we were going to do about the buildings. One of the buildings in question was the cyclorama. I went to the city manager at the time. I said, I would like to meet with Parks and Rec to where I can go look and tour the cyclorama for my own vision to see what's going on there. Is it savable? Is it not? What can we do? Within a few days, a meeting was set up. I went over, I met with Ms. Sturgis, and we walked through the cyclorama, looked, I asked whatever questions I had and whatever knowledge she had. We shared back and forth. Never was the city manager involved on that conversation. It was with the proper staff at the time. And then when I got done, I had all the information. One thing that you brought up, though, is that while you were campaigning, you made promises. But once you were elected, there are different policies that you must follow. So some of your promises, you have to relax a little bit. You can be as transparent as possible, but you have to follow those policies to get that information. I have never been blocked on getting information. I've either asked the city manager to say, hey, can they come to my one-on-one to where I can ask questions about this? For the reason being, they're prepared to give me those answers. And then, or I could just set up an appointment, or they will set up an appointment for me. The information's out there. You just have to follow the policy. I also worked for the city for 20 years, and there's a chain of command. The employee does not automatically go to the commissioner when he has a problem. He has to go to his supervisor, manager, director, and then maybe all the way up to the city manager and possibly commission. Works the same way going back down. Commission, city manager, directors, this, that, and the other. It is the way it's structured. They're not saying, no, you can't talk to them, but they will schedule that. And it may not be right today, because they may not be available. But as soon as possible, you'd get that information. That's all I have to add. That's just personal experience.
thank you.
And then for me, as you were talking, Dimitri, one thing popped into my head. My Aunt Mary always told me the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Have you ever heard that? It's not just about how we feel or what we intend. We're commissioners, and when we engage with staff, it is not a collegial relationship. It's not like going to a coworker and having a conversation. Just the fact that we are commissioners potentially sets up a weird dynamic for that employee. And when administrative services, it just doesn't mean pushing paper. It's all the services of the city that are delivered under the city manager or the other charter officers. So if we engage an employee down the chain and ask those kinds of questions, well, what do you think? How do you think we could be doing better? That is a direct interference in that chain of command. And based on the questions we ask, we're pretty transparent in terms of how we're feeling. Oh, come on, be honest.
Yes.
We're pretty transparent in terms of what we're thinking and what we're feeling. So it's not just about our intentions, it's the unintended consequences of our behavior. We don't set out to do that, but we can't really prevent it because of our role. And then the other thing I do want to share, because I can remember after one meeting, you and I had a conversation, and I cautioned you because I saw you potentially getting into an area where you were running the risk of an ethics complaint. That was not a threat. That was my attempt to prevent you from getting into the middle of something that could cause you ethical problems. So I just wanted to clarify that, because I would never threaten anyone. It was cautionary, because I saw you running the risk. And whether it was your intention or not, there's the risk of people watching your behavior and interpreting it in a way that you are getting an advantage because of your position as a commissioner. That maybe a competitor in the city didn't have that same kind of access. And I didn't want to see you get in trouble. Not by me. I'm not going to do anything. But anyway, enough said on that.
I wasn't going to say much anything today. Actually, you said something that caught my ear, that caught my attention. And that's the desire on the part of a commissioner to be able to get unbiased information. And I sort of separate, like in dealing with city manager and his team, there's information and then there's opinion or recommendation or suggested direction. And we've had experiences where we didn't feel, as a commission perhaps, we were getting a 365-degree perspective on issues, which would put us in a position to really be able to ask all the questions we needed and understand all the ramifications and the perspectives on a particular issue. What we got strongly was opinions and recommendations. And that's a fine line to walk. But in my personal opinion, I've felt that it's, as a commissioner, my obligation to challenge city manager when I feel an agenda or an opinion or perspectives being pushed where I feel maybe there's other perspectives and maybe I haven't been afforded the benefit of the subject matter expertise staff has to walk me through those perspectives. And I think they do it on a regular basis because they're dealing with the day-to-day stuff. Sometimes when it gets to us, they've sort of already made that leap because they've gotten through it all. And this is what, yeah, this is the right way to go. Yeah, this is our direction. But we aren't there yet. And I think we pushed back. We did over to Pocatello, over to Dam Bridge. And I think that sent a loud message. From that day on, every time I click on the agenda item and I see the staff report, on most items, I see a whole lot of perspective with pros and cons for all. That's how I find I can challenge what I'm hearing sometimes. And so when I do my one-on-ones and even in my briefings, I'll go off script, I'll ask questions, I'll push back, and if I need more, I ask for it. I have on a number of occasions asked in my one-on-ones, I need more. I need Elena's input, I need Lori's input, I need Sandy's input, I need whatever. I need to know more about this. He's not looking to filter what they tell me, only that he can be assured that the concerns I have may well be concerns that my 4 fellow commissioners might have and want to benefit from. So just like when we have a formal question we submit and it gets reviewed and it gets posted for all of us to see, it's the same thing. We can fix this issue by working more with city manager and our charter officers, and building that relationship to the point where there's a comfort level with, hey, I can see you need to hear this from somebody else. That's sort of why he's here today. It's interesting. We're all on the same page. We all want to do the same good for the city. We all want to have the benefit of all the information we could possibly have to make smart, good decisions on behalf of the most people in this city. And they're the way to do it. They want to do it. We just got to ask for it in a respectful way, in a trusting way, in a way that doesn't make anybody feel they're being undermined or stabbed in the back, or because let's face it, for any of us, if I feel somebody's trying to bury my sorry, you know what, I'm going to be pretty darn defensive, and I'm going to stand my ground, and I'm going to fight back. I got family, I got kids, I got a career. Nobody's going to cost me my job because they think they know better when they may not. So there's a way to do things. And we have to be appreciative that there's a whole lot, not a whole lot, but there are people out there who truly are committed to undermining. I have listened to you and believe in your heart, you are good. Your intentions are honorable and good, and I appreciate that. And for that reason, I think we need to try to do everything we can to bridge that gap. I cringe whenever I hear the concern over getting an unfiltered and unbiased opinion. Staff should talk as one, and it's here to help us make good decisions. If we're not getting every perspective, we need to ask for more perspectives. We need to say, this is bothering me. I need to hear more about this. Are you all on the same page, Jerome? Or does everyone on your staff feel the same way? Have there been discussions about this? Yesterday, we had interesting discussions about branding, and it was interesting that there are a diversity of opinions as that process moved to the point where it came to us. So it's maybe a little incumbent upon us to have that trust in the guy who was elected to run our city, in the belief that he really wants us to be the best we could be and get us everything we need. If we can have that little leap of faith, I think you'll see that it's easier to work with them and it's easier to get the information. And I don't think he wants to filter it. I don't think any city manager should want to filter it or massage it in a way that's biased in any way. I really do think city manager and staff want us to be the recipient of all the information necessary to make good decisions. They're the experts. They have spent careers in their fields. We haven't. We each have our individual expertise and education, but man, we're here 5 people trying to make decisions about 95,000 people and a big city and a big budget. We need all the help they can give us. But they're obligated to educate us. And if we don't think we're getting a round, full enough education, we need to ask for it. That's the route I tend to go when I interface with them. So we can get there. I think Doug's alluding to that there's some of that. And, hopefully we'll hear that as the day goes on. But let's not forget how important it is we are on the same page when it comes to sharing our visions and our missions of the city. How we get there can be different. And the trust factor is earned. It always is earned. So, there are times when I felt betrayed because I didn't have all the information I needed, only to find out later, I should have known that, or I should have been told that. And we've pushed back on it. And it's not a perfect world, so we're human. Sometimes there's oversight. Sometimes there's staff is seeing things from a perspective that makes sense for them in the city. But we answer to people. So sometimes, ultimately, the decisions we might make may be in contradiction with what staff's recommended, and that's okay too. But they're obligated to educate us. They work for us and through the city manager, and it really helps when that rapport is there, that level of trust that we all want to do what's best. When any of us feel that any of us are trying to undermine the others, and have their own special agenda or doing the bidding of other parties, I gotta tell you, it's so toxic to an organization, whether it be a business or municipal government. So, I share that thought because I think we can get there. And I think everybody wants to get there. At least I believe everybody wants to get there.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for that, Commissioner Stokes. He is correct. He is the reason why we changed our agenda package the way they read, because we were giving our opinion. That staff's role, they were giving their opinion, but they were not sort of giving the other side of the coin, and now that has been changed, and we try to look at it when we provide that information to the elected officials. But in talking about some of what we just heard, we talk about, transparency and the running for office and, more about communications. And, the question is, how can I be more transparent if I can't ask questions to my constituents? And those questions that are being asked, we can answer those questions at a leadership level, and not just through myself, but through our leadership team. And that's how we collaborate to make sure that the information that is needed is provided. But the ability that is being sought is to be able to go layers down from our leadership team, ask the question, get an answer that either contradicts what we're saying or confirms what this commissioner or the commissioner asking the question believes, to be able to push back on what leadership is saying. And that is not transparency. Our charter does not limit transparency. It creates it by allowing commissioners to have access to the same information, making sure that staff is protected from political pressure. Accountability is clear and traceable, and no one is sort of just operating on their own or doing what they want throughout the shadows of our organization. We get the question you just said earlier, Doug, about, there is a policy that says that the city manager can either answer a question or have staff answer a question when it's asked. One of Commissioner DeVal's complaint was that our public works director was being asked a question, and he looked at me and I told him no, which is very common for the city manager to say, I'll take this one, or you take that one, or let me answer that. But his point was, well, I stopped him from giving him information that, he would have given. And there's literally a policy that says that that's how we operate under that way of exchanging information. I just believe that when we talk about the transparency and how it looks, this is what transparency looks like in a well-run professional city. And it's not designed to prevent any elected official from getting information, but it has to be a structured process to it. And I don't believe that because someone campaigned on something that they wanted or thought the people wanted to hear and then got here and found out, well, that's not the rules of the structure, that you get that done, it's the fault of the people who are enforcing the structure. I don't think that's fair, because publicly, I believe Commissioner Petro was the last one to say that he didn't see transparency and he doesn't trust government. How are you in this role when you don't trust government and then you believe that the actions that you're doing, we're supposed to take as actions that are not designed to harm us? We all have the ability to trust government in the roles that we're in, or seek it in a way while we're in it. If we're not in the mindset of trusting government, I think that we have a long way to go, and that was said publicly recently.
I want to see any person who trusts government 100%.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
It's all right, none of us trust 100%.
Right. I don't even trust it 100%.
What is that, 6, 7? Is that?
But you have to trust it enough to get the work done within the structure that is there. And the things that you don't trust, you question, you ask, like Commissioner Stokes said, and you get a different result. But if your mindset is to not trust government each and every single day, I don't understand how you could be effective or how a healthy working relationship can exist.
And I don't want to get caught in terms, but and you're going to see later, and as material I've talked about before, as elected officials, you're welcome, as one commissioner talked about challenging assumptions. That's part of your role. I'm not saying that nothing we're going to talk about today is enabling or trying to restrict you in terms of getting the best full 360 understanding of an analysis. I will tell you, it was interesting to listen to you, Phil, in the process, because I always viewed as a city manager, I know most of my colleagues in this profession do the same. Before we give a recommendation to council, which is now going to be public in the process, whatever the topic may be, I viewed my brain trust, which was my department heads. And they're going to all be, believe me, they all had different thoughts and opinions and all that. And sometimes it's herding cats. But at the end of the day, your structure is you appoint one person to make that final decision. Now, that person typically will take that feedback, but that's not to say that you as board members say, what else haven't we considered, or what else is out there? Because at the end of the day, you're going to own that decision as 5 of you adopt a policy, an ordinance, a direction, a program, whatever that might be. And so nothing we're going to be talking about today is trying to restrict that. We're just trying to figure out how the best way you can put boundaries and guardrails around it. And I say this in a sense, how many of you really, I mean, I know AI is getting a lot of attention, but how many of you are really utilizing AI right now? Okay? All right, so those of you that use AI, when you think about going back to, and I hate to say the word Google, I won't say G, because everybody has those speakers will go off in there and handling. But when you think about the early iterations of Alexa and Google, there was pretty one way, what's the temperature, what's it, what's that, their process. To truly, as AI has evolved, it is about context. If I ask one question through AI and I get one answer, unless I challenge that or I put context of what's the response I'm looking from. I'm a city manager, I'm looking for this from an elected official standpoint. What are the view? I'm going to get a different answer. So that's the challenge you have when you go deeper into an organization and you're asking maybe a line level employee or a supervisor about something. Their context is the view that they see, but that may not be the context that you're looking for as an elected official or your manager is looking for from a system-wide basis. And so context means a lot. And I can guarantee you, as a city manager for 35 years, I could go to any one of my department heads, they may have a different perspective of it, but they don't have the same context that I have as a manager and the role and responsibility I have. Or a department head may have a different context than a line level employee or a mid-level employee. So context really matters. And if you play with AI, you'll get dramatically different answers to questions based upon how you ask, and you want the response to be based on a certain context. Now, I agree 100% in the area. Staff typically will do that homework. But that's being done, but you may not know that. And so I applaud the effort to say, now if I'm getting briefing materials that say, here are the different thoughts and opinions, and here's why those weren't selected because of X, Y, and Z, that provides additional context and additional conversation that you have about saying, I can agree or disagree with that, and that's okay. That's your role and responsibility. But I really want to stress that point of context makes 100% difference in terms of the information you're looking for. Because I can ask Google to give me an answer, but it may not be the right answer because I haven't given it the right context. Or Gemini now, not Google, as I say.
It's true because I'm very suspect of AI. I don't like AI per se. I think there's going to be more negative to it than positive, just like with social media. But I think that, like, I've compensated for it because it's so convenient. You Google something and up it pops. AI is right at the top. So typically, I'll ask 2 or 3 times in 2 or 3 different ways. And interesting.
You have to talk to it differently.
You have to talk,
absolutely.
And it tells you different things based on how you're asking the question. But, there is a distinction, and you can't deny, bringing it back to us, is that staff, at least it's my opinion, that staff's focus is always on what's best for the city. As a whole, recognizing that the city is made up of human beings, okay, but the city, and nobody who, from city manager on down, is elected. Okay, they're hired. We, on the other hand, are elected, and we represent the citizens of this city. And horrible as it may sound, sometimes what's best for the city isn't necessarily best for the citizens, or vice versa. Actually, there can be disconnects, and they may be huge, they may be very subtle, but they do exist. And when we make the decisions we make, there are certain decisions that might well be in the best interest of the city per se, but they're just not palatable to the people we represent as commissioners. And that's why it's so important that we get the perspectives that staff may have considered, but not discounted or not thrown away, but perhaps discounted. So when they come forward with a presentation, it seems like, here's the direction we go, when truthfully it may not. And I'll point to the damn bridge 1,000 times. Perfect example. Hey, what's wrong with like taking all those impact fee dollars and using them somewhere else and not building a bridge? After all, who cares about some damn bridge? Well, a lot of people cared about the bridge. A lot of citizens cared about the bridge. We cared about the bridge. And, you know, there was the defining moment pointing to an issue that showed that, to me, disconnect between what's best for the city and what's best for the citizens. How that gets resolved in time, interestingly enough, we found that, you know, it may well be we have to skin that cat in another way. We may still have to satisfy our citizenry with a bridge, but it may not be the best direction to take to do it through that particular process that we originally envisioned. And I think that's an important thing to see, is that there's this natural back and forth. And I think it's incumbent upon us. After all, staff works for us. So I don't think there's an attempt at malfeasance or an attempt to hide or an attempt to do anything that has ulterior motives to it. I think it's that staff gets ahead of us, naturally speaking, because they're the ones working the process. By the time it gets to us, it's easy for them to say, yep, we've sort of put a wrap on this, and here you go, commissioners, you just need to sign off on it. And they don't say that, but it can get, for especially us when we're new, you can feel that way. So we have to challenge it, we have to question it, and appreciate that they're not necessarily trying to sneak anything through us. They really aren't. They've just gotten to the point where they have a perspective. So take us through that, staff. Walk us through how you got here, because I want to understand it the way you understand it. And maybe when we're done, we'll all be on the same page, but maybe we won't. And it's, again, it goes to intent. I've never believed that at our level of government, anybody who's involved at our level of government does so for nefarious or personal benefit reasons. Jesus, none of us are getting rich here. You know, really, none of us. Well, this is a difficult job to deal with. We're the closest government to the people. They can reach out and get us and talk to us, and it's a hard job. You know, none of us commissioners are getting rich doing this. We do it because there's this basic intent to serve and help the community as the best as we can do. And we need their help to do it. We need to be a team to do it. That doesn't mean that when, you know, the split end keeps running the wrong route, you don't say to them in the huddle, you know, get your head screwed on, right? Because, you know, you're costing us points. We can do that among ourselves, but we all got to believe in each other that our intent is honorable. And when we don't feel that way, or when there are people who believe that we're here for nefarious reasons, one or a number of us, that's just so undermining, and it's just so unfair. Not just is it unfair to the people who it's being insinuated about, but to us as well, and to the citizens at large in this city, who most of whom say, you're our representatives, just do your goddamn jobs and let me raise my family and enjoy my life. I don't want to have to do this crap. Thank you for doing it. And you know, again, intent and heart, and I think that bridges a lot of this gap. And you can see what happens when there are those among us who are looking to undermine us.
Hey, so much for not saying much today.
You're welcome, I'm sorry, so here I am. Live with it.
If you're going to move on, we're going to take a break. If we're
Just
going,
about, I'll do a close, and then we can move into the next section.
because it's halfway to lunch. I just want to make
That'll
it.
work out. Yep, I got
I
you.
just need a cigarette.
You know it.
Thank
Pete, you always keep me honest, I understand. So let me get back to the effort that was just raised. And Lynn's going to talk a little bit about this, about how city management and the council manager form has evolved over time. But originally, this was this concept, this is the lane in which the council was involved on. clearly policy, and this is the lane of your administration, the day-to-day function. And that has worked for many, many organizations, and everybody kind of gets through that. But what you've seen over time as you move from, and you'll see some background in this, in the early days of council manager forms of government, most of the cities were being built. So who did they hire? Engineers, because they built things. They were building infrastructures and water plants and sewers and all that. So the early city managers were engineers, many of them. And they said, there's one way to design a bridge, or there's a way to design a street, or whatever the case was. So that was kind of this line of demarcation that came forward. Now what's happened is, over time, it's more like the yin and the yang, where there's a little bit of, that's not the best way, there's a little bit of understanding of, as a manager, as they've evolved into professional administrators, and it's not to say that you can't be an engineer or a police chief or anything that can move in, but as you get this broad concept of understanding the local government function, they have to understand that day-to-day function, but they also got to kind of understand they're not the sixth commissioner, but they have to understand how the five of you talk. And your viewpoints as citizens, as part-time citizens, in the role that you play as an elected official, is not your chosen profession, but you're doing this for the good of the community. You're going to have knowledge and perspectives and a relationship with your community constituents that a manager and a staff can't have, because you're elected. It's a different relationship. And so you're going to have different thoughts and opinions. And to be effective, you're going to help influence those through your conversations as a group. And the manager is also going to be effective to say, all right, I hear what you're saying, but here are some of the downsides from a policy standpoint. Not that at the end of the day, you make the call. You're the policy makers at the end. I used to joke with my staff. Sometimes a council that I've worked with made a decision that I didn't think was in the best interest. But at the end of the day, I respect our plan. Our plan is there's elected officials that are citizens that get to make policy. Our job is to give them the best information we can about the course of action we think makes sense. And I will tell you, in most of my organizations, probably 90-95% of the time, we were in agreement. But just as you mentioned, Phil, there's times when they didn't, and my staff used to get frustrated. I said, guys, who's a successful batter in MLB? They hit 30%, maybe 33%. We're hitting 90-95%. That means we're doing our job, but at the end of the day, you have a chance to make that policy, because that's the structure of the government. That's why managers do what they do. That's why ICMA is in place, because we respect that at the end of the day, it's your call. It's our job to give you the best information as possible to make that discussion. So that's part of what we're talking through there. Len, before we go into, before we go into the break, is there anything you wanted to add? You're going to carry kind of the next piece, talk about structures and charters and different options and how things operate in different forms of government as well. But Len, anything you want to add?
No, Doug, what you just added was very helpful, and I'll wait to cover mine after we get back from the break.
Okay, gotcha. All right, I am showing 10:30.
10:45.
10:45, you got it. All right, take a quick break.
Hey, Doug.
Hey, just want to double check that you're ready to queue up here next.
I am, and I was just texting you because I wasn't sure if you'd stepped out or not. What I'm seeing is the room as a whole. But I was texting you that I'm worried my part may seem a little redundant.
That's all right. We'll just go through it, and I want to make sure they understand context, because at the end of the day, what we want to try to land on is that here's what the charter is, and if you don't like your charter, then that's a different story. And these are
Right.
Even if you look at different charters, that's not a solution to what I'm trying to use that as kind of a benchmark to say. Even if you look at a different structure of government, it doesn't get you what you're trying to do, because
Right.
even under those forms, it doesn't work. But here's the path, the next one to say, okay, so let's not worry about changing the charter. Let's talk about how we manage the charter and the policy we have in place today.
Well, and I feel like they just got there with going through the manager, doing the one-on-ones. I mean, they've really, well, 4 out of the 5, or 3 out of the 5 got there. I don't know that the other 2, as we both know, and of course Duval didn't speak up at all.
I'll
yeah.
probe that this one. I wanted, because I know where he's at and the other, and I'm gonna have to talk a little about relationships and things of that. That'll, I realize that's part of it.
Right.
But I just told Jerome as well. I bet everybody's gonna have to participate in this one. I just let it go for the foundational work. But certainly as we move into the discussions of the path forward, that's where I want to make sure he gets his thoughts. But he may have some questions for you as a structure and governance as well, because he did serve on the charter review commission.
Right. Okay, well, good. I'll anticipate that then. And I may go a little faster, less storytelling, just because I feel like they've kind of, I mean, I'll be thorough. Don't get me wrong. I'll be thorough, but I will move at a good clip. I was actually very glad they took the break. After you drink a lot of water or whatever, it was good to get up and move. So yeah, I feel like it's a good flow. I really do.
Yep.
So thanks.
Sounds like a plan.
All right.
I'll see you in a little bit.
See you in a bit. Bye.
Bye-bye.
the methodology.
I'm gonna, city manager, I'm gonna turn it back, Mr. Thomas.
Okay, great. All right. I was talking to Lynn to make sure she was all set. Lynn, are you all queued up at your end?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. All right, I'm gonna, you just let me know when you want to advance the slides as we go forward. Because so much of what we talked about this morning is really based and rooted in charter, and I thought it would be helpful to have Lynn, given her context with the league and training officials and also serving on and helping boards as they're going through charter review commissions and things of that nature, that she could add a voice and some background and context that might be resonate with you as elected officials in terms of your thoughts and impressions. So she's going to go a little bit back about your structure of government, what you see, how other structures of government are put together, and limitations and structures and administrative policies as well. So this is just more context to understand the nature of where we are today, but also so that you get an idea, because I know both of us had watched some other meetings and there was concepts about, well, this city operates this way or this charter operates that way. We thought it'd be helpful to at least provide some context in the form of that conversation. So with that, Lynn, I'll turn it to you. Just let me know when you want me to advance slides, okay?
All right, great. Thank you. And again, it's a real pleasure to be with you this morning. When you think about the forms of government themselves and the municipal level specifically, most of what we brought over from Great Britain in the early 1600s reflected their systems. And obviously, as government grew more complex, particularly in the 1890s, there was a desire to maybe move away from some of the original forms. So I say that to put a little bit of the history. I'm not going to go all the way back to 1600, except to say that that's where some of this comes from. But I want to go through the form of government, talk a little bit about the other forms. So let's dive into what is council manager or commission manager. And we do use those two terms interchangeably. What I mean is the elected legislative body. Council is the more traditional municipal word, but it wasn't gender neutral. So a lot of municipalities turned to commission so that they could simply address the member as commissioner and not worry about councilman, councilwoman, council member, council person, etc. Within this, there are a variety of ways to elect the mayor. So we'll talk about the mayor separately, and then we'll go back to the commission as a whole. The council manager form, commission manager form, was really, in essence, built upon the corporate model, which is that voters, like stockholders, appoint a group or elect a council to then be their representatives. This group, this business model group, then say on a day-to-day basis, we're going to have a chief executive officer or CEO. Some use the term CAO. On the municipal side, that then is the manager. It allows this board of directors to be the ones making policy, that are driving the decisions and relying upon a professional to make sure that day to day, whatever it is, whether it's a government or a corporation, is running. Okay, using that as the structure, it recognizes the voter, the stockholder, it recognizes that appointed or elected board, and it recognizes this professional in charge of the day-to-day. When the idea of the council or the commission in the whole, they've either been elected from a ward, a seat, a district, or at large. And then in one of the ways, a chair, a council chair or mayor is then also elected. And that varies across the board. But that's the person who's going to run this elected council or commission's day-to-day meetings, as far as whether you meet once a month, 4 times a month, whatever. That is the person who has that role, as well as some leadership roles that go into the position of mayor. The charter, the governing document, and in my classes, we often talk about how the charter is a social contract. It is a contract because that is the law, the government, even the Magna Carta coming out of Great Britain in the 1200s. The word carta, contract, means legally binding. But if you think of it as a social contract, it is we, the people, say we do want to self-govern. How are we going to do it? We're going to put the core fundamentals and some structure into a document. We're going to vote on it. We're going to change it when it's necessary, but it's our document. That's the importance of the charter. In the council manager form, the charter also recognizes positions like an attorney and a clerk or records officer. The charter may even recognize the creations of certain departments, whether that is under the manager, and in a couple of cases, sometimes in Florida, very rarely, is a department up away from the manager. But the fact that the council or commission can create a department or direct the manager to create a department is a hallmark of the form of government itself. Next slide, Doug. Please. All right. Now, in the 1890s, the notion was government is becoming more complex, and we want to try and find a way to put a wedge between what is administrative and what is legislative. We've elected these people to be our representatives. We know that we are endowing them with the ability to adopt law, to guide a vision for this particular city, town, or village. And we're worried that something administrative, is there a way for us to draw a line between these things? In the very early 1900s, as Doug mentioned, it was primarily engineers because so many cities were in the business of roads, water, wastewater, stormwater, you name it, and engineers had a good background for that. Over time, this notion of a professional administrator could come from a variety of backgrounds. It could be finance, it could be planning, it could be engineering, it could be law. But then you study and add to that the fundamentals of management, of administration, of process and procedure, of policy, and guiding policy and implementing policy. And you arrive with the early 1910s, this starts to take off as a conversation. We get interrupted by World War I, come back from it, and more local governments are adopting a council manager form of government. And since World War II, it has taken off in an exponential sense to become the most prevalent form for the about 18,000 municipalities across the United States. It's also the most prevalent in those states that allow it. For county governments, such as Sarasota County, is a commission manager form of government as well. By about World War II, it had become prevalent enough that the model city charter, first written by Teddy Roosevelt and a group of New York citizens during the time that they were taking apart Tammany Hall, the National Civic League came back and said, we've done this model now for decades. We actually want to endorse the council manager form of government because we feel that it presents the best model going forward for a municipality and then later for a county. So the materials that I'm using today, largely pulled from the International City County Management Association, some National League of Cities, NACO is the National Association of Counties, the Florida League of Cities material as well that is in this. You just need to know that's where this is pulled from in terms of the history. In the view of people for best practices, the reason this form is in the model is that it presents, like a business model, a way for an elected body to play to its best strengths, which are representation and legislation, visioning, and making sure in an oversight capacity that the government is responsible, responsive, proactive where it can be, that it has met all of its fiduciary responsibilities. Those are that core model. On the manager's side, you have a manager who is endowed through the charter with the responsibility of managing the municipality on a day-to-day basis, and under his or her guidance are those then core functions taking place. So that's how the model works. For Florida, it is about not quite 2/3, but it's well over half of the municipalities in Florida. And for cities above 80,000, it is 30 out of the 38 largest cities. Right now, Northport is the 29th largest, so in the top 30 in terms of size. That's the 2025 population figures. Remember, we're always a year behind, so the Bieber book I'm quoting is 2024, but those are the latest population figures. I think for context, I need to say that in Florida, the median city, halfway down the 411, it's a population of 6,400. So Northport is very large. I know if you think of Tampa and Orlando or Miami, Jacksonville, it does not feel that level of large, but the 29th largest out of 411 is large. So it's a large population. That median of 6,400, when you're looking at a lot of the smaller cities, we've got cities with a council as small as 3 and up to Jacksonville, which is a council of 19. Having 5 is the most common number. Of course, we also have some 7s. You've got some other numbers with non-voting mayors. This is where 6s and 8s, etc. Just wanted to share that part for background. And in Florida, every municipality has a charter. Our smallest city right now, the Bay Lake and Lake Buena Vista, what are known as the Disney cities, are both about 15 population, and Marineland is at 20. And they have charters. And in standing, they have every legal responsibility under that charter as well as all of the home rule authority that Jacksonville does, which is our largest city at 1,005,000. So that's the framework that this comes from. Next slide, please, Doug. Some of what we call the hallmarks or characteristics of this form is that the manager, whether defined by charter or in some cases by ordinance, which we'll talk about, the manager is responsible for hiring and firing staff. Now, in some larger cities, a department head can make those recommendations with the manager's approval, right? And in some cities, when, for example, a manager recommends a director, it requires council or commission approval for director level only. All others are hired through the manager. The manager prepares agenda material and recommendations, provides briefing through the mayor and the members of the council or commission. These are usually one-on-one, as you all have alluded to. They can also be workshop related, where the entire body is present, but done solely under Florida very strict public meeting laws. The third hallmark of the council manager, commission manager form is that the manager prepare and present an annual budget. Now, there are other characteristics that over time become, quote, like a tradition, but these are the hallmarks that set this form apart from other forms of municipal government. Next slide, please, Doug. Now, I'm going to use 2 words that don't refer to a mayor's personality or anything else, weak and strong. What it refers to is the language in the charter. The weak mayor form, weak mayor and council, is what we brought over from Great Britain. All of the directors would sit in front of the council or the commission and report directly to them. In the 1600s, this is actually pretty effective because you've got a constable for your law enforcement side. There might have been a volunteer fire department. You've got a little bit of public works, right? And then you're just doing general governance. Government is not very complex. As government became more complex, this form of government really struggled because when your council or commission are part-time, it's very difficult to direct departments on a day-to-day basis. But that is the hallmark of the weak form. There is no centralized administrative position. Each one of these directors reports and does the work at the direction of the council commission. The mayor in this form, the reason we use the word weak is that this mayor often did not vote. The mayor rotated among the members of the council and served a 1-year term and was largely ceremonial. Running the meeting, cutting ribbons, presiding over something in an intergovernmental sense, but not having any other authority. Contrast this with what developed in the 1800s, late 1700s into the 1800s, as far as the United States, this model of a strong mayor. in which the mayor is the elected executive and acts in a full-time administrative capacity for the municipality, directly elected by the voters. And the charter says the mayor will hire and fire all staff. The mayor will prepare a budget. The mayor might attend council meetings or might not, but the mayor is there to implement whatever the council or the commission does. Now, in Florida, under strong mayor, we have a couple cases where the mayor is a voting member of the council. There's only 2 of that form. The rest of the strong mayors do not vote. All right. In both of these forms, it's important to note that through either the mayor or director positions, that is where the involvement is going to come with the council or the commission. It is under the mayor or the mayor's staff member might say, yes, I'll arrange a meeting for you with the public works staff or with the police chief or with the fire chief. Under the weak mayor form, that ran through the director, who was the direct report then to the council or the commission. It's just important in that sense of history that all of that siphons, like in a funnel, through the lead position, whether that is a strong mayor or whether it's through the directors that are reporting to a weak mayor and council. As I've mentioned before, it's the most prevalent form, council manager, and for cities your size, if we're looking 50,000 and above, 80,000 and above, I wanted to include the other statistics. Now, strong mayor gets mentioned a lot for Florida because it is in Jacksonville, it is in Miami, it's Hialeah, it's Orlando, it's Tampa, it's St. Petersburg. However, there are council manager cities now that are the 4th largest in terms of population, Port St. Lucie, Cape Coral, that are quite large cities with the council manager or commission manager form of government mixed in with the 10 largest cities for Florida. So that's an important distinction. Next slide, please, Doug. All right. We do not see a lot of the weak mayor form with the ceremonial mayor and the council and commission making all their collective decisions. We don't see that in cities really above much between 15,000 to 18,000 and smaller. Now, Florida happens to have quite a few governments that are in that boat, though, about 80 out of the 411. The strong mayor figure is 40 to 45, right now at 43. I often make the comment that you could have 3 or 4 people read some of our hybrid charters and come up with different answers as to their form of government, which is why a lot of these numbers are about rather than absolute. It's also important to note that some of the strong mayors hire a CAO or an administrator to help assist them. Some strong mayors use a chief of staff, and that person has also been a campaign director or a campaign advisor. It's a little bit more of a political position. We're very careful with those terms in the profession of who works within cities. We try to be very careful with those terms. There is a word, very strong association with the word manager, a different association with a CAO, a different association for a chief of staff. And that's important too to ICMA when they're recognizing who the people are that are joining them as an association. And that's one of the reasons for the caution in the terms is they're not interchangeable. There are hallmarks that go with each position. There are definite characteristics, not a uniform job description per se, but definite characteristics that go with each one of those positions. All right, next slide, Doug. Before I move on any further, are there any questions about council manager as a form, commission manager, or the weak and strong forms under the different mayors, either for Florida or from a national perspective?
No?
No? All right, then next slide, Doug. All right, so looking a little more deeply into commission manager for the sake of Northport, right? By charter, the issue of a non-interference clause has already been discussed, but you should know there's 2 ways to get there. There are cities where it's included by charter. There are cities where it's included by ordinance. Why the difference? Because most cities have evolved into the form. If your city had originally been, say, council strong mayor like Fort Myers, They made the transition in 2005 to council manager, commission manager, right? As you go through that, some of what you're doing goes into the first charter change, but perhaps all of it didn't go through, so some of it might come by ordinance. Similarly, cities that are council weak, Mayor, might have taken ordinance steps to then create the position of a manager and start the transition to the form of government. And it may be that they've not amended the charter to that level. But a charter, obviously, being law and an ordinance being law, the issue is it's gotten there one way or the other. It is recommended in the Model City Charter to have the non-interference statement adopted. And of course, they give the options of whether that's ordinance or charter, because it varies in some states as to what they're allowed to do. And then in terms of the actual policies, most cities adopt their policies by either ordinance or by resolution so that they have standing within the city government. And the policy, much like Northport's policy, can get into the actual specifics. It might start, for example, with how you get an orientation when you're first elected or appointed to your council or commission position. And then it states what the manager will be doing going forward in terms of communication with staff or to get staff brought in with the manager. The important thing to take away from it is that the manager, in recommending this particular policy, sets out what will be that process, and that the commission, in adopting policies related to itself, that's for the commission. For example, how you're going to conduct your public meetings, how you're going to communicate because of sunshine law with one another. Is that going to be in a workshop? Is that going to be, whatever processes you put in place? Those are the commission's policies for the commission. What the manager recommends for the administrative part of it applies then to the manager and the staff. All right, next slide, Doug. One of the things you all have talked about with the non-interference policy is, what it has meant to you as an elected official. I did want to offer the perspective that if you ask most employees, they know that this is there because they work for the manager. It's in part to help protect them. Most city staff don't have the context that the manager has. And I will share from my own experience. I used to go door to door for the city of Tallahassee on annexation. We would have a request from someone on a street. They really wanted to voluntarily annex in by ordinance. I then spoke to everybody on that street to see if it was more than one property, if they were contiguous, if they met all of the requirements. Well, they might have asked me a question, a really in-depth municipal question. I had a very careful statement to be able to say, let me check with the city manager and we will call you back, or I'll be back here in person with that answer, because I didn't have the right context to give an answer where the manager had the larger perspective, history, what was going on within the county, for example. I might have just shot my mouth off and said completely the wrong thing. My protection as a municipal employee came through my manager, and I was grateful for that clause. All right. It also helps the manager preserve a communication thread with either directors or other members of the staff. And I don't need to read to you, but ultimately when a manager makes a recommendation, there's the context, there's the perspective with all of the communication being known. Next slide, please. I did want to include some peer cities to talk about comparability. Northport is extremely unique because you're one of what are known as the generally developed, not to name companies in specific, but you all were developed in a way that not a lot of Florida municipalities. For your population size, Deltona, Palm Coast, and Palm Bay were developed like you by different developer-driven companies. I included Deerfield Beach for scope of service and geography. Largo, even though they're not as directly coastal as you are, you also have very similar scope of service and work. You're also on the West Coast together. I think it's hard when you're looking for comparability, and I think this is a real struggle for the municipalities that were created like you you are not as similar to something like Clearwater, even though your population's fairly similar, right? There's not going to be a lot of shared history. When you incorporated in 1959, it was at a time where there were less of the developer-driven. Palm Coast, Palm Bay had yet to come into existence. Same with Deltona, just getting started. So your history is not as long as some of the cities that are celebrating 100+ anniversaries yet. When you look at comparisons, when your manager and his team say, I want to reach out to 4 or 5 cities and see what they're doing on issue X, right? That comparability can really help you as a council and commission with where you pull your perspective then. Who's doing the very best at issue A, right? Who in the state? Well, it's all well and fine to point towards cities and say, I see that they're doing 1, 2, and 3. But how do you then compare it to Northport? It's very important. With the comparison we always use is apples to oranges, because no 2 cities are exactly the same. You can't get apple to apple. Your goal is apples to oranges. And with a grouping like this, hopefully in your comparisons, you're going to be apples to oranges. The hard part is when you reach out to a city that has nothing in common with Northport and say, how are you doing it? Now you've jumped into apples to tomatoes. Tomatoes are a fruit, but they usually don't belong in fruit salad. So the knowledge is one thing, but the wisdom is making sure you only reach out to actual peer cities. And your city may have found that you've got some real twins when it comes to a specific service, whether that is related to law enforcement, whether it's related to water, wastewater, stormwater, whatever the twin is, it's as close as you're going to get. It's that apples to oranges comparison. Knowing that and having that, for example, included in your agenda item helps you know that other experts were tapped, that the subject matter experts from Florida are on the page, and that this is what they're doing. Here's how they got there. Here's why they got there. And you can take that knowledge, as you all talked about in your conversations. You're looking for that context. You're looking for that perspective. Our cities often say, why would I reinvent the wheel? I'm going to pick up the phone and I'm going to call another city and I'm going to ask them how they're doing it, provided that it's a peer city and that you're getting a genuine apples to oranges comparison. So next slide, please. All right, I went through that fairly quickly. I would welcome any questions or discussions. Please know that you are not alone in your elected roles, and that among your colleagues around the state at, for example, whether it's the Minnesota League of Cities or other, that might be a regional group. If you look on a statewide group, gaining the perspective of others who hold the office as you do can be very valuable, because you need to know that you're not alone, and you need to know how cities across the state are approaching these really tough, complex, and complicated issues. So I share all of that to say I'd welcome any questions.
Also, will tell you that there are times where, when Lynn talked about peer cities, many organizations will have different sets of peer cities. So like, for example, in Lakeland, we compared ourselves to comparable generating and distribution electric utilities. And so we're looking at rates and structures and dividends that came back to the general government. We took cities that ran comparable services and comparable sizes to us. But we were looking at other services that were different. We would use a different set of peer cities. So it's not necessarily a one-size-fits-all. We get back to this whole effort of context that we talked about earlier. It depends on what you're measuring and how you're trying to accomplish those things as well. But I often will say as well, rarely is, other than going back to the 1776 when we had the revolution, rarely is current local government revolutionary. It's more evolutionary. And as Lynn said, we typically say, we're probably not the first CAP that's dealt with this issue. Let's find out what's worked or not worked and lessons learned from those communities to deal with it. But in the same token, if you're dealing with a community that's 3,000 in population, their dynamics are entirely different than a community of close to 100,000. So just because it's worked one, it doesn't mean that you can't still learn some things from them, but you have to keep that context of size and dynamics and history of the community into play as well. So, David, I know you served on a charter as I recall from our conversations, Charter Review Commission, so hopefully most of what we saw there. Any comments that you might have with regards to the structure and the government and the processes involved?
No, sir.
You're good? Okay, all right. Anything else before we move into what I suspect will be the meat and bones of why we're here today? So if that's the case, let me talk a little bit about what we've entitled the path forward. And what I want to do is give you a series of recommendations that either I personally or we see in the business or in my dealings with other communities as I do a consulting operation across the country about how they navigate the space that we're talking about here today. Your role as an elected official, the role of the charter that plays, the administrative policies, and you understanding the citizen policy-making role and responsibilities as an elected official. And so this is something that in different states operate differently. When I was in Michigan as a manager, we couldn't do serial meetings, but I could meet with 2 or 3 of my council members out of a group of 7 at a time and have a conversation. And then I could meet with 2 or 3 others and then have another meeting with them in a process. And so the state standard was different in Michigan than it was in Florida. When I mentioned earlier, one of the first things I learned in Florida is we had this thing called the Government of Sunshine, an Open Meetings Act, and broadly interpreted, and I'll let Michael correct me if I mistake this wrong, but broadly interpreted is that you as elected officials can't have conversations with one of your colleagues on a topic that conceivably could be a legislative issue in the future. So that is an entirely different landscape than we had in Michigan, for example. And so there are communities that say, well, how does this work? And that's really the nature of this concept of a one-on-one. But I will also tell you that I certainly as the city manager, I've been to multiple chamber events and community events, and council members are there, or commissioners are there, and there's some conversation, but they have to be sensitive about what you say or what you can't say in those meetings. But it doesn't mean you can't have an interaction, because certainly you're going to have to work together as a team. You're going to have to be able to have conversations. You have to kind of understand who your colleagues are, but you have to be careful about what that conversation entails, that it doesn't stretch into a discussion about something that could be legislative in nature. Now, it's not saying you can't have that, but if you're going to have that conversation and it's going to involve legislation in the future, then you have to advertise it as a public meeting. So rarely do you find council members getting together for a cup of coffee and calling a public meeting, so you've got to be sensitive of what you can do. Now, this is the dynamic of the whole concept of a one-on-one. So this was new to me when I first came to Florida, and Lynn told me about what this looked like when I attended my orientation session here in the state of Florida. And the concept is that as a manager, I can have a conversation with you individually as an elected official and tell you background and insight and get your thoughts and opinions. But I can't tell one of your colleagues the direction that you thought or your issues or concerns, because then in essence, I'm violating that concept. So the manager's in this unique perspective here in Florida where they've got to try to find where the sweet spot is. And so in my case, I had 7. You've got 5 here, but in Lakeland, I had 7. So I'd have 7 meetings, and then I'd try to figure out where that all kind of landed, and then we would end up having a public conversation about what that topic was, and I'd kind of say, here's where I think we ought to be going, and here's the issues and dynamics based on the insights of what I've learned without telling all of you individually where you're at. But it's the first time you probably, as a public body, heard this conversation. And you can imagine things change. Once you start to hear perspectives and thoughts and opinions differently, then you get into a dialogue. And so you kind of set the table, but then you kind of move things around based on those conversations that happen. I've often wondered, and this is more of a theoretical question, how a manager can't do that, but a reporter can call all of you and get your thoughts and report exactly what your thoughts and opinions are and put it in the paper, and that's not a violation. But managers can't do that because they're part of the process. But in essence, it's prevented to do that because you should be conducting the city's business in public based on the laws of the state of Florida. So the bottom line is most cities, especially operating under a council manager form, and I suspect Lynn can chime in for strong mayor forms of governance as well, there'll be these conversations where you get a chance to interact with you, hear what's going on, you hear from staff, you hear from the manager, you hear your concerns coming back and forth in the process. I want to highlight that practice, to the extent that you don't start telling what other council members or commissioners are saying to each other, totally conforms with the Open Meetings Act. It's the way in which business is done here in Florida. It adds another step of complexity, but it is what it is going further. So one of the things that I've understood that here in Florida, or in Northport, that you've traditionally not done, that we have seen in other communities, including ones that I've managed as well, is involvement of senior staff in those one-on-one meetings. I've heard this discussion about, I want to get different thoughts, different ideas, different impressions. And so many times as a manager, when I conducted my one-on-ones, if I was dealing with a code enforcement issue, I would have my community development director and/or the code enforcement director be part of those conversations. So that as a manager, I certainly am responsible for understanding the context of the entirety of the organization, but I don't know all the details of a code enforcement issue. I mean, those are why you have department heads and other issues, and other people that deal in the trenches on those matters. And so one of the things that I'm suggesting that might be of assistance that you've not, I guess, historically done here, is that as you are dealing with issues of policy, to involve your department heads and/or appropriate levels of personnel as you're unpacking an issue during your one-on-ones to understand what that looks and feels like. And now it doesn't require changing your process, it doesn't require changing your ordinance, it doesn't require changing your charter, but it's another way for you to understand, I heard Phil say earlier, to understand context and background, to understand a different perspective. And so you're absolutely correct. Typically, as materials are coming before you for consideration, you're getting the best and the collective wisdom of your staff. But the bottom line is this is an opportunity during a one-on-one where you have the opportunity to address questions to the people who run that program, just as you said, whether it's the Parks and Rec director, the police department, the fire chief, whatever the case would be. And so it would depend on what the topic would be there. And it may be an issue the staff's driving to you, because one-on-ones are often staff-driven, but in the same token, most of the time when I did one-on-ones, I'd hear from commissioners, I want to talk about X or Y or Z, whatever that topic would be. You're elected officials, you engage with your citizens, you get those thoughts and opinions, and you want to understand something better. So one of the ways in which we could do this is to have an opportunity for, number one, staff to be involved and help you get briefed to give that 360 conceptual background during your one-on-one sessions, so it's free-flowing of conversation going back and forth, but also to give you a better understanding of details that maybe just don't come up when you're trying to figure something out along the line. So I see a hand raised. Go ahead.
Yeah, but we do, one-on-ones to me, typically before my one-on-one every week, I'm not sending city manager my list of one-on-one items to discuss, nor is he providing that to me. We sit down, very often the subjects overlap. If I have 6 or 7 items on my list, he might have 5 or 6 on his. 2 or 3 of them may be the same issues, maybe coming at them from a different standpoint. Where I see this of value is in our briefings. Most of the briefings I go to none of the briefings are just me and Jerome. They're typically with deputy city manager, assistant city manager, depending on whatever's on the agenda, there may be department heads who are there. If it's Parks and Recs related, Sandy would be there. If it's land use related, very often Elena or a lawyer or somebody would be there to answer questions that a commissioner might have. To me, that's the way to get those answers. Now, if there was a subject totally removed from what's on an agenda, then I can say, hey, we're going to be meeting Jerome. I got some questions about this subject. He can decide. If he wants someone to be there for the one-on-one, or if he in fact wants to simply just dial them up, since we may have a dozen items to discuss, and when we get to that item, hold on, let me get so-and-so on the phone with you. Again, it's the attempt to make sure that the information can then get disseminated to all of us equitably so that we can benefit from it. But to me, we sort of do it. The one-on-one, I don't know what's better, the one-on-one or a briefing, but to me, they're both invaluable. Attending them regularly and getting input, to me, that's the answer. If I need more than that, I ask. I just say, I need more than that. I really want to spend some time with Sandy talking about her parks. Can you facilitate that for me? He's not going to spend his time doing that. I mean, there's lots of questions I ask them, you don't know the answers to. 'Cause
Sure.
How the hell do you know the answers? It's about $350 million city.
Yeah.
I mean,
It-
you can't know everything.
Yep.
And a
So-
lot of times what might happen, if more than one of us are kind of digging at the same issue or topic, then staff will schedule one-on-one deep dives into that topic.
Sure, and that's really the latter of what I'm getting at. Step aside from the piece of saying agenda prep, because maybe you've got a major issue on Warm Mineral Springs, and Parks and Rec are going to be
Right.
involved, and legal's involved, and whatever the case would be. So that's kind of preparing you for the agenda piece of it, and to make sure you understand those contexts coming into discussions. But in the same token, there may be something else that is of interest to one of you or more than one of you. And once again, that's the other piece that managers have to try. What managers typically freak out on is if they're not aware of an issue that maybe one commissioner has, and that same issue may be something 3 or 4 of you have, but it hasn't been communicated to him or her that that's an issue. Because if it's one, then all right, we're going to deal with that one off. But if 2 or 3 of you have the issue, then maybe there's a bigger issue I need to deal with as an organization to address that. And so the point of saying what you were mentioning, Phil, is that for briefing purposes, for upcoming agenda, you probably have some of that involvement going on, but there may be other issues you all want to learn about, or you've heard about, or you're hearing noise about, or you're particularly interested as an individual. That's what I'm getting at to say, okay, how do we deal with that? Because I've heard the conversations about, hey, I can't even talk to a staff member, and I want to learn more, I want to make sure I fully understand it, or I want to make sure that we've done our homework as a staff to address it. That's kind of what I'm getting at with this context. So it's a little bit of a broadening of that role of saying, how do I learn more about a topic of interest and still be consistent with our charter and our policy? So this is an opportunity that you could say, okay, if it's an agenda item and you've got staff briefing you, I'm going to make the assumption that conversation's already occurring. But let's say a code enforcement issue is of concern to one of your districts, and I'm getting a lot of noise about that, but it's only in that district. The concept here is that you would be able to go to your manager and say, listen, I'm hearing this noise and I've got a problem, I don't understand it, so that as it relates to that commissioner, Jerome could establish a staff meeting at your next one-on-one, so that you're still using your one-on-ones to brief yourself, but I understand you do those twice a month. And so at the following one-on-ones, if you want a particular issue you want to talk through, you would say, I need more information on X, Y, or Z. And then Jerome can schedule that person in to have that person be there so that you can ask those questions. Now, I will tell you, sometimes that's a department head, sometimes that's a department head and an assistant, or sometimes that's a line level employee with a department head to understand it, because just as you said, not everybody knows the entirety of the operation, and depending on the scope of what you're looking for, it would give you that opportunity to engage with staff within boundaries, but still give you the opportunity to ask those questions and learn more about a given topic. And I will tell you, that happens a lot. A lot of organizations do this. Every manager and every community handles this a little bit differently, but I will tell you that that is a fairly acceptable way of dealing with the types of issues that you're facing as one of these strategies, where you can have that conversation during a one-on-one and get briefed about the information or the material you've got. So basically, in order to get that information, number one, you got to tell your manager, consistent with the charter, this is the topic I want to learn more about, so that he can schedule whoever needs to be at that meeting and then have that meeting take place next. Now, what you just said, Phil, is important. The discussion for these briefings on one-on-ones, and I'm going to talk about workshops here shortly, is critical, because in the absence of that, you're just getting information on paper. You don't have that context, and I'm talking about context today, but you're not going to have that background, that briefing, that understanding beyond what's on the written documents of whatever material you get on your agenda. So that concept of participating in one-on-ones is so critical, because that's where you're going to gain information versus someone that's just reading about it in the paper or watching your meetings or looking at your agenda packets. Because there's always those questions and issues. And I'm going to go back to our IOP process. We all process information differently. Some people need it, different types of information in different ways. Some are more verbal, some are high level, some are very detail oriented. There's no right or wrong, but those one-on-one meetings are so critical to have, to understand that. And quite frankly, as it relates to your governance, the more you have that background knowledge, the more efficient you are when you're in public session at a dais in your meetings. Because otherwise you're asking questions that quite frankly, probably have been addressed or could have been addressed in a one-on-one or otherwise. And I'm not saying that the deal is done, because you never know how the five of you are going to do once you're all together in a session, because you can't have those conversations with each other, or the manager can tell you how different council members or commissioners are reacting to. So let me land on that for a second, just to have a little bit of a conversation about that approach to give some additional access. It's one of multiple strategies, but it would be an opportunity to engage more during one-on-ones, every other one-on-one, for issues or topics or concerns that may not even be on your agenda at this point. It could be, but there may be something entirely different.
I look at it this way, we have that already.
Okay.
With the one-on-ones, let's say it's not on the agenda, we've already had our agenda briefing, but we've had some squabbles out in the community that we want to bring to the city manager. I've done that in past practice to where I said, hey, I need the police chief here to, got an issue, somebody's complaining about X. Could you have them at our next one-on-one?
Okay.
Because I don't want to tie up every single director coming into that meeting.
Yeah.
It's specific. So you can ask for that staff to be there, and they will be there, or it will be scheduled at a different time when it's convenient for all three of us. If, let's say, the chief's out of town on a business thing, Jerome could say, hey, we can do it next Tuesday. Is that okay? And we'll move the one-on-one to Tuesday. Absolutely, we're all available. But I feel, I mean, I'm not speaking for anybody else, that's handled for me and my needs. Now, other commissioners may have other needs, but it's available right now.
Okay. So
That's my opinion.
I asked the group, and I appreciate, because that's exactly what I'm proposing, that if there's an issue, a challenge beyond, because if now, let's say 2 or 3 of you an issue, well, at that point, maybe it's a workshop, because now there's a majority of the commission that has a concern about an issue or wants to know more, then it's appropriate to necessarily bring. But if there's something that's one-off of unique interest to you, that's appropriate, that you don't understand what that looks and feels like, and you want to have that time. So I appreciate you've availed yourself of that. I want to just ask the rest of the commission, is that something you've done? Or what concerns do you have, or what thoughts or fears do you have about that approach? Or does that start to get you a little more access than what you might feel like? Because part of what I have seen, I get the sense that we've kind of gotten wrapped around the wire wrapped around the axles, and I realize there's a lot of personalities and dynamics and feelings and all that. My approach is to help you get past that to the extent I can. And I want to give you some tools to make that work. So this is one of our suggestions, so I appreciate your thoughts, if that makes some sense, or if there's concerns with that approach. So
I
throw it out.
operate very similarly to the mayor. I tend to use my agenda briefings a little bit more for that purpose, because oftentimes the person I need to speak with is attending that anyway. So I'll review the agenda first, and if there's a topic I know I need a deep dive on, I'll let Jerome know. And a lot of times that will happen at the agenda briefing. But I've also done exactly what the mayor has done. I have a special interest in economic development. So every couple of months, Jerome will schedule time for the manager of economic development to join us, and we have that conversation, a deeper dive. Sometimes I have concerns, sometimes it's just I need a more detailed update, what's going on. And so I'll sort of do that in the one-on-ones exactly the way the mayor does. And I would also underline making full use of the one-on-ones and the agenda briefings is vital to our being ready to have a conversation and making a good decision on the dais. Now, that's not to say that a commissioner might share their point of view on something that causes me to go, whoa, I never looked at it from that point of view. But those 2 meetings are really vital. In any workshop, too, because typically workshops proactively are around those topics that have a lot of moving parts and are very complex. So they're vital to our being effective up there during the voting meeting.
And as I said, even just to react to this, but just as I mentioned before, I know when I've done this as a manager and I've had 7 meetings, and I kind of think where the consensus might be, and I understand where the concerns might be.
Things
4
happen.
times out of 5, once you go and get together and you start talking about it, there's
Right.
different thoughts, and it's like squeezing Jello. I mean, it's going to come out of different fingers and, those areas. And that's the system we have. But the piece that we're trying to get is we want you to have the best information and to be fully prepared to act upon the issues you've got at the dais. And that's an opportunity to do it in. So.
But there's a second piece of this that we haven't addressed, and I know it's a concern for some. As we operate and go through our days, we do represent the citizens, and we're out there interfacing with them, and we get questions. And sometimes it's not about going to a one-on-one or a briefing to focus on a matter that's before us, as much as it is getting an understanding and a background on a particular subject or area of concern that a citizen may have, or a group of citizens may have. And there needs to be a vehicle to be able to do that outside the one-on-one and the briefing. And the way I've dealt with that, because invariably, like my response to most citizens, unless it's a subject I really feel I have researched enough and know the answers to, I will say, you know what? Good question. How's the best way for me to get back to you in the next 48 hours? And then I'm on the phone. If he doesn't pick up, if Jerome doesn't pick up, Jason's my next call, Julia's the next call. Those are the 3. I'll run a circle around until somebody gets back to me, and then I can ask my questions. Sometimes it's a question Jerome can answer. Sometimes it's like, let me reach out to so-and-so, I'll get back to you on this, but that's a piece of this puzzle that is concerning, it maybe even more so than scheduled agenda subjects. And I know, I'll grab my buddy Dimitri, because he has raised that issue. I don't mean to speak for you, but in a sense, you've raised it, and the ability to get quick response. Nobody wants to wait for an answer.
Right.
So if a citizen asks me something, I'll say, I think, what, before I answer that question, I really want some more background on that. Let me make a couple calls, let me get some more information, let me get back to you within X amount of time, and then I do it. Sometimes, if it's convoluted enough, or I know this party has interfaced with staff and or me, I don't want to get caught in the game either. Sometimes I'll redirect them right back to city manager. I'll say, if you talk to the city manager, well, no, I called and talked to this Elena person. Well, here's you go. She reports too, so why don't you call the city manager? Because the questions you're asking are best answered by staff. You're going to hear it second or third hand from me. So there's a piece of this that's separate and apart from the subjects we've been talking
Bear with
about.
me. I got you.
And I think it's important because
Yeah.
it's disconcerting if nobody gets back to you
Yep.
from staff. And I'm not saying that's a practice. I'm just saying it happens.
Hey, you're an elected official. I've made a commitment to a citizen.
Yes.
I fully get it. And I'm going to give you another strategy to help deal with that issue as well.
Well, the way that I deal with it too is if I have a citizen asking me a question, especially if it's staff related or procedure or complaint or whatever, code enforcement, whatever the case may be, I always tell them, I give them my business card, I say, please send me an email. This way there's a paper trail, it goes to the city manager, I ask the city manager to get the proper staff involved and keep me in the loop on the progress on what's going on.
That's why all those people call me, you're giving out my card?
Absolutely.
Remember, I talked about IOP. Everybody does this a little differently. That's okay. You've all got your style. I'm not trying to force you into a corner that
But
you're
this way,
uncomfortable
there's a
with.
paper trail.
But yeah, then you know where things
The
stand.
citizen gets
Yep.
the proper answer from proper staff through the city manager as we are directed to go through for staff issues, is to go through the city manager. So it still falls all in line.
I've done that too.
Gotcha. Okay. So I would like to hear from both of David and Dimitri as well about if this is something that, it's not the sole solution. I'm trying to get you a package, a smorgasbord, if you will, of options that help you kind of get more information in ways that still is consistent with your charter, but gets you what I'm thinking Lynn and I are hearing in terms of concerns. So appreciate comments or concerns about at least what we're talking about here.
Well, with me, I want to relate with Commissioner Stokes that regarding the citizens, when they reach out to me, sometimes, I don't hear back from them. And a lot of times, I want to hear back from them. when I redirect them to the city manager's office, I don't know the answer. I don't know how it went. Did they get resolved? Did it get resolved? What's the outcome? And a lot of times I get the same questions over and over from different citizens. And I would like to be included in the process. I was told that this is not my lane, this is operational. Yet the citizens reach out to me with the same questions sometimes, and it would be nice that I would know the answer and be included at least in the email trail or.
So whatever the topic would be, if it's been resolved, you just want to make sure you know that I've taken off my to-do list and now I've learned a little bit more about what that process and that solution may be, because you're likely to get a similar question at some point from a different citizen down the road, right?
Yeah, oh yeah. And next time, I don't really have to direct them. I can answer the question themselves.
You may very well say, hey, I've dealt with this issue before, I know exactly the solution. So the question is, I've heard two things: response time, how quickly we can turn that process around, and number two is being aware of the stats, the resolution.
And also, sometimes citizens want to meet with the city manager and me. And from up until now, it was not allowed, if you will. So, because it's operational. But I represent the constituents. I represent the same people that asking me the question. And I'm like, okay, I washed my hands. I directed you to the city manager. I don't want to hear from you. That's the perception they get from me. And that's not really responsible way of answering them. Because sometimes I would follow up with them myself to find out if they got the answer or not. But there were some times when they wanted to meet with me along with the city manager. I think it should be some type of a practice. It doesn't happen too often, but it happens.
Sure.
I always push them away, saying, "Hey, I'm not interested," even though I am interested.
Sure.
But I cannot make those decisions. So that puts me in a position as though, I'm not as effective representative for the people. Moreover, I have this impression from them that, what you can do, if you cannot help me out meeting with your city manager, what can you do besides sitting on the dais? Because, the people, they're not so much concerned about what we vote on so much, but they are concerned with the issues they have. And when I cannot be a part of the process, for them it's like they're giving up on me, on the city, and especially if they've tried many ways to resolve the issue and it's not been resolved.
Yeah.
A lot of times in their own interest, it might not be appropriate way of resolving, but still, they feel defeated, if you will. So that they would then come back to me and say, "Listen, I've tried. You don't want to meet with me in the presence of the city manager, because that's the leverage they want to have to have my presence with the meeting." And to be honest, I don't want to meet, right? Because it's more time of my schedule, but I do want to meet to help my constituents.
I get it.
If I can add to what Commissioner Petro is saying, and I'd be interested in your feedback. I've been involved in some of those, and oftentimes a citizen wants a commissioner's involvement, in my case, my involvement, because they don't like the answer they're getting from staff.
Certainly.
But if we inject ourselves and we do something different, so when we inject ourselves, it's political pressure. And if there's a different outcome, it kind of goes in the face of our wanting to treat everyone consistently. How do we balance that? Because you're right, at the end of that, then the citizen oftentimes, not only are they unhappy with staff, but they're unhappy with the commissioner. They don't typically understand our form of government. They think we all have magic wands and we can wave it and do whatever we want in their behalf. So how do you
Sure.
balance all of that out?
When I said earlier, you as elected officials have unique status. You're elected by your constituents, and you want to be responsive. I get that. And managers understand that you want to be responsive to your constituents because that's a special relationship you have with the citizens that as an appointed official, we don't have. So we get that. I will tell you, and have Jerome ask on this as well, or speak on this as well. Many times, as a city manager or a council member, say, I've heard this issue, they say, can you just handle it? And I have my staff member or myself or my assistant or whoever the case would be, the most appropriate person to be able to address that issue. And then, I heard this issue about making sure that Luke's back. So it's off your to-do list. So I've heard and captured that as well. But there are other times where I've had, it's interesting you say that sometimes you don't like the answers you got. I've had elected officials ask me if I could meet with an individual and if they could be present, because they would rather me be the bearer of bad news than them be the bearer of bad news. And as managers, we accept that. I mean, there are times we have to be the one to say, this is why, and explaining why it is, and explaining that. And once again, I'm helping my elected body because they don't have to be the bad guy. I'm the bad guy as the manager in that decision, in the effort. But I've also had times where someone is dealing with a unique issue and they've gotten the ear of a commissioner, and the commissioner said, can you meet with them and can I be part of it? In my mind, I've done that. But every manager has their own perspective about that, because sometimes they add context that we've talked about before that maybe I didn't understand or staff didn't understand. But that's, once again, our goal as a manager is to help you as an elected body be successful and this organization be successful. And that may come in different ways and shapes and forms, but the question is, it gets to a relationship between you and your staff, in this case your manager or your attorney or your clerk, depending on the issue, to help you be successful within boundaries that make sense. And so what you've just described, or what you've described, Demetria, in terms of saying, could I be part of a meeting? I've certainly done that as a manager throughout my career in various times. It doesn't happen all the time, just like you said, but sometimes there's just one of those sticky wicky issues that they want to be part of it. I'm okay with it because I'm not going to say one thing to one group and something else to somebody else. And so there are times when that does take place. It doesn't happen a lot. But I recognize what you're saying, that it's either a significant interest to you, or we just don't feel like whatever the discussion has gotten to the point of a resolution with all the complexities and the dynamics being discussed as well. So I don't want to overstep that, because every manager has to make those decisions, but I will tell you that that's something that we do see, subject to an acceptable standard that everybody can agree to how that works. But I don't want to be I don't want to get too far in front of Jerome, but I also want to talk to you, David, and get your reaction on this as well. So,
Yes, just to comment on that perspective. Well, a couple things. One, the response time issue up there that was written, I'm not sure I say that that's an issue, because there are three of us who handle our staff to make sure that we get answers, but I won't necessarily argue that point. But the reason why we don't allow city commissioners in there, in those meetings with our staff and those issues we're trying to solve, I'll give you just our example. You have talked about how you don't trust government, you want information from other people. So when you come in that meeting, you tend to believe whoever's telling you that there's a problem, what they say as the problem. You don't come in there with an open mind to say, okay, well, let's hear what staff has to say in their defense as to why this person has a problem. So if you come in there with the predetermined mind that we are the problem, that puts us in an adversarial situation where you're going to support them and I'm going to dispute what you're saying, and then you're going to be in a position of trying to enforce your position to get done what they want done. And then that puts you as one against me, as opposed to five giving direction to one. It's going to put us in a bad spot against each other, and I don't think that that's a fair position to be at. If you are meeting with someone and they have a problem and we give an answer that they don't like, then they're more than welcome to raise that answer back up through you in order for you to get a result that's different through the five of you coming back and saying, we agree with Commissioner Petro, Jerome, and you need to go and do this thing differently, as opposed to putting me against you. That's not going to help our relationship. I don't think it's going to help us get answers faster. And there's also times where people have come to you, Commissioner Petro, in this example, where they are asking you for a decision that could be a item that you vote on later as the commissioner. And I try to take you out of those positions because that's not going to help you later when they come publicly and say, well, I talked to Commissioner Petro and, he told me X, Y, and Z, and now you have to vote on it. Then it becomes a voting item. And one of the examples is when they come to you and talk to you about event assistance regarding something that they are putting on for the city, and there's this account and this policy where you all can vote on it and give them X number of dollars. Once they make that known as their purpose, you should step out of it and hand it over to us. And that's why we do that, because we don't want there to be a conflict later. There's nothing that I'm worried that we're going to say to you that we wouldn't say to anybody else. That's not the issue. The issue is making sure that we're not pitted against one another and that we are not talking about something that could be a voting item later. That's why I do that.
So, yeah, if I can clarify, since we're talking about this item of citizenry, I do want to dismiss this notion of political pressure, if you will. I use my wisdom, and a lot of times I resolve it right there, right on the phone or with the email response. And usually I direct them right away, or a lot of times it's just common sense. I tell them what to do and they know what to do. The thing is, when they want to meet in person with me, with the presence of a city manager or assistant manager or deputy manager, is usually where it's not a voting issue. It's the problem they've been having for a long time and they cannot get through it. So usually it's to solve the issue they face. Mm-hmm. And it's related directly to those people who are asking me those questions. Now, I want to say this, I work for the people. And if I cannot, the people who elected me and people who did not elect me equally, because I represent the people. Mm-hmm. So when they ask me to sit in the presence of the city manager, my intention, I use my wisdom. I'm not going to go against the city manager and pressure and, put him down. And that, I want to solve the issue. That's it. But like I said, if I cannot even satisfy the demand of meeting, how they gonna put they trust in me? And I'm going back to this because I've been picked on it. You don't trust the government. I have not met one person who trusts the government. I mean, do we trust the government? We do to some extent, right? But I want to help the people, and if they ask me to be a part of the meeting, and if I used to ask, can I be a part of the meeting? I don't ask anymore. But I think it's. Yeah,
I think it's. I don't want to step between the relationship of you and a given constituent that you have at the time. As I said, I have done this as a manager where there's times where the council member or the mayor wanted to be part of that discussion. I was okay with that to the extent, Jerome has put some boundaries on that when it starts to get into where there's a potential conflict or, they're trying to help you avoid potential conflicts of interest, real or perceived, that may come into play. But at the same token, the role of the manager is to help you as a body be effective and successful in governing this organization. And so with those types of parameters, you make a decision whether you think it'd be something that I'd like to do. I used to joke when I was in Lakeland, we had one of our mayors he was in the Baptist church, which was one of the biggest churches there. So every Sunday when he went to church, he came back and he had his list. So he would meet, and because I couldn't deal with all the issues, I had my deputy manager meet with him. Every Monday morning was a standing meeting. And he went through and saying, here's this constituent, this constituent, this constituent. And then my deputy kind of ran that down for him and then looped back with him to do it. And in that case, there's no way he could attend all those meetings. But that was just a given. When he was at church, he knew everybody was going to come to him with whatever ails, issues, challenges, desires, thoughts and opinions. And we just had a standing meeting on Monday morning with my deputy manager to kind of work our way through those lists. And some meetings, he attended and others he didn't attend based on it. But the goal here is to say, we know that you're going to get those questions. You're elected officials. You're going to get those. Or you're going to have your own issues. How do we best deal with that and still have a system that works internally? And so what we're trying to do is through this process to give you yet another ability to have subject matter experts and people be involved in some of those discussions for either a constituent issue that come up or you may have as an individual commissioner that you just want to, I don't understand, or I want to learn more, I want to dig more into this issue from there.
But I want to compliment the city manager's office with the response time. It's amazing. Once I send the email, I get response almost right away. So that's really good. The line or the channel of communication is really effective.
Okay.
Between the city commissioners and the city manager, and to resolve the issues
Good. Okay. All right.
with the citizenry.
Okay.
And thank you for that feedback, Commissioner Petro. But what you just said is kind of the crux of the issue that I struggle with. You say that you don't trust the government and no one does. How can you think that we are going to sit with a citizen who doesn't trust the government, you don't trust the government, and we're going to have a productive conversation where you're not influencing them? Because you are my supervisor. They are asking you to be there so you can tell me what to do, which is what they want done, and we may not always agree with that. Now, normally, the process that I would say happens is when you have a citizen who has an issue with us, one of my first questions is, who have they talked to? Like, where do they get their information from? Or who's reaching out to them? And then normally someone from our office will sort of intercede and try to fix it. And let's say they're unsuccessful then. If they're unsuccessful, then normally they're going to come back and talk to you and say, hey, now I want you to come in the meeting to meet with me in the city manager's office because they didn't give me what I wanted. The next natural reaction should be for you to come talk to me and us so we can tell you why we didn't do it or the perspective of it, and then we can figure out and problem solve how to get that person closer to the answer they want based on that conversation. But putting us in a meeting together against each other is going to show disagreement and dysfunction in front of a citizen, and I don't think that's the best place to put either one of us, in my opinion.
So let me just, because I do want to catch Commissioner Duvall's comments on this as well, but let me just take that as a touch point here. If the city manager has to deal with politics, I mean, they're apolitical, but they've got to deal with the politics because they've got that 1 foot kind of understanding what you're dealing with in the political perspective. But we're trained. I mean, we're big boys. We've trained. This is the profession we've chose. So we are much more adept at being able to manage that relationship. I just want to go back, and I use this as a touch point. When you as an elected official reach down to a lower level employee and say, this is why, I want to understand this and I'm kind of thinking this area, that person doesn't have that same training and skills. That's not what they're signed up for as a line level employee. So we've talked a little bit about context and understanding the issue. We're trained, this is our profession, we're in that arena. Levels below department heads and down are not. And that perception that Jerome just mentioned, that he even feels as a city manager, imagine what that feels like 2 or 3 levels down in the organization. That's what when was raised earlier about, I used to joke as a manager, I would never say my thoughts and opinion until I've already heard the thoughts in the room, because I'm like a skunk in the air conditioner. I walk in, the room has changed the dynamics immediately because the manager's in the office. Whether it's real or not, it is a dynamic that people perceive. As elected officials, they're going to perceive that because they have a vision of an elected official that may or may not be entirely appropriate relative to the context of the issue. So I just raised it. If your own manager feels that pressure, imagine what that feels like 2 or 3 levels down in the organization. So I really want to catch David's thoughts here as well.
What do you do? To Dimitri's point, there's really a very practical approach to it. I mean, it depends on the situation. A citizen who is struggling with a problem, whether it's with code enforcement or permitting or whatever it be, and they are struggling, they have gone repeatedly, they cannot resolve their issues, and they've talked to staff, and now they've come to a commissioner for assistance. As far as I'm concerned, I'm going to stick my nose in. I'm going to say, well, who did you talk to? I'm going to ask the same question Jerome did. Who'd you talk to? Well, I talked to this one and that one and this one, and nobody's giving me the right answer. I'm getting 3 different answers from people. This one didn't even get back to me. Blah, blah, blah. Well, have you talked to Jerome? I said, well, no. Oh, okay, let's try this. If I feel I do everything I can to put that citizen with the people that I think are in the best position to answer and solve their problem. When it's unresolvable because
There's conflict in policy and direction and ordinance or whatever.
It's the city says that isn't how it's done, that isn't what the law says, we can't do that for you, and then the citizen comes back to me. At that point, I have 2 choices. I can simply tell them what they need to hear, or tell them what they want to hear, or not take their call. And that's what happens.
Or the third option is that maybe the system does need to be rethought, and then you have a conversation as a board versus a one person saying, I think you need to do this, and talk through it as an agenda. That's the third option.
It really gets to, if we as commissioners have done, if I've done everything I possibly can to try to make sure that citizen has gotten with the right people and it's still unresolvable, then I got to understand why it was unresolvable. And that's my obligation to go to staff, to city manager, or whoever, and understand why they're saying no to this guy. And then, or gal, and then go back to them and stand up for the city and say, look, I'm not telling you what you want to hear, but I'm telling you what you need to hear. This is how it is. You cannot do this anymore. The ULDC was changed. This is just how it is now. And what do you want me to do? Lie to you? Do you want me? What do you want me to say except the truth? What they're telling you is true. That's not going to happen for you.
Sure.
And that's not an easy thing to do, because we're really not there to do what the citizens individually want us to do. We're here to represent the city and the majority of our citizens and to do the best for the most. Sometimes that means saying no. No, and here's why no. So it's an awkward position, and I commiserate because it happens.
Sure.
And I really try to dump it on staff. I use that word.
That's what I said. We're here. We're there to do that.
I will forward phone calls directly to Jerome from somebody because, he needs to deal with it. And then I'll follow up and ask, hey, whatever happened with that guy or that gal? And he'll answer. And if that person gets back to me, what often I find is what city manager says. They're not hearing what they want to hear. They figure the commissioners can change that. You see, staff has to do what the law says, what the ordinances say, what the resolutions say, but we make policy. So if you get me convinced that it should be different, now I can maybe convince the other for you. And that's actually the way the process should work.
Exactly.
In a public
In a
forum.
public forum.
That's the other distinction of the process.
It's tough for us, but
You either, in your example, you either agree or disagree with the way it's being done. If you agree, it's the end of the discussion from your standpoint. Doesn't mean the citizen can't come in and make a comment, a public comment, and then you can have a conversation. Or if at the end of the day saying, listen, I just don't think this makes sense. I want to raise this as an item, and then you hash it through, and staff is involved in discussion, and you either change policy or you leave it the way it is. But you're right, you can't make that change unilaterally. And that's part of that interference concept. I got it. So I really want to capture, so I've talked at this approach. Does this make sense? This is only one part of a strategy. Like, dislike, reactions, one way or the other. I don't have a reaction. You don't have a reaction. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. So, yeah.
Are you going to move off of this?
I think we're still, I was talking, on this particular area. Yes, one-on-one. So the concept here is that you're still going to have, you've got your 2 one-on-ones.
Right.
If you have an item that, if you've got a department head that's there to brief something on an upcoming agenda item, which is apparently being done here anyways.
Right.
What I'm hearing is from time to time, Barbara's mentioned, hey, I've got an item about Parks and Rec, and your Parks and Rec director's there. I'm hearing that's the way you've operated. But what I'm also putting out here is saying, if there's a topic that may not be on a current agenda, and you want to discuss it, and you want to have further context, that's the opportunity to tell the manager, hey, I want to have a briefing on X, Y, or Z, and then he can figure out who needs to be involved in that meeting and try to schedule that for a subsequent meeting for a one-on-one.
Correct.
Okay? Go.
You can go first.
Oh.
I don't know what to say.
Okay.
I just want to elaborate a little bit. I don't know why Commissioner Duval is suspiciously quiet, but this is a good time for discussion.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I want to elaborate on the follow-up to the commissioners. So when I have a citizen that reaches out to me, I want to know what's going on as far as the result or the resolution, if you will. There was one situation that, I referred them to the city manager's office. Then a few days later, the citizen calls me, leaves me a voicemail, and I don't know what to tell him because I don't know the process of what was told to him. I was kept out of the loop. There was one situation when there was a lady that came up to my office and we sat down and there was a issue of a shed building to put on our property, and she wanted to do it in front of the property. I had a couple of the same exact scenarios asking me the same question. If I would be kept in the loop or the follow-up, I would be better equipped to answer the rest of the people that ask me the same question. But it would be the phone call that left me a message. It's like I'm being kept in the dark. I don't know the result of what was communicated to him. Was it resolved? I don't know why he's calling me to home, asking me to call him back. I don't have any meat to present him, or what do I tell him? Call the city manager again. So the follow-up is really important, and I started to see those more with the fire email.
Okay.
Now I'm equipped. I know what was the answer related to that person, right? Because if I don't know the result of it, I would have to go physically or email or call him, hey, what was with that? I mean, it's not as effective as it could be. All that had to be done is my name would be included in the email. This is the result, this is this, and it's so easy. So I want to kind of stress out on follow-ups that it should be incorporated with whatever the citizens ask us. We should be at least included in the response or what was related to them, or
Okay.
if it was the answer no, whatever the answer was.
Okay.
And certainly, we can do better with making sure that you get the answer for what happens. But all of them are not sort of written responses. It depends on the issue that the person has, if they're responded to verbally through myself, the department head, or one of their staff. So it just varies on what that answer could be. But we'll try to get you a more condensed answer so that you have something going forward with the people who are asking it. But it's not always so easy. But again, admittedly, we don't want to put you in a position where you're not having the answer for something that's a repeated question to you. That's certainly not our goal. And in the example of you calling, the person calling you back, it depends on what they're calling you back to say. They might have called you back to say, hey, I talked to someone, I didn't like the answer, I want to talk some more. Or, hey, can you help me out? If this is the answer, how do I find a pathway to get to what I'm trying to accomplish? I mean, there's not a one-size-fits-all there, but your point is that you would like to be kept better in the loop, to be told what the result of the question was that you directed. And I tell you, we can do that. We can do that better to make sure that you don't have that same feeling.
And I agree with that,
Yeah.
by the way.
Yeah, and that's not a way that we want you to feel at all. So however we need to do it. And some of those conversations, again, that we have in examples with your colleagues, we bring those up during the one-on-ones or the dinner briefing. They say, well, what happened? Or why is this person still calling me after I told you to talk to them? And some of your colleagues don't say it so nicely. They'll put some flavor word in there. But we try to make sure that we are getting back to everyone so that they are felt responded back to. And sometimes we drop the ball on that, and sometimes we have to own and acknowledge that, and that's fine. So I certainly hear what you're saying. And I know you're trying to get us to lunch, Doug, but let me just say this one thing on this one-on-one meetings thing. In order for that to work, there has to be unanimous participation by all the commissioners in their one-on-ones. Mr. Duval canceled his one-on-ones on October 29th and didn't attend any of them for the rest of the year. That was about 7 meetings in that series. The next series starts this week, so I don't know if he plans on attending those or not, because the other ones were canceled without any conversation or notice. They were just canceled and he just didn't show up. There cannot be any email or different strategy created if the current process is not going to be honored by avoidance. That's not acceptable.
As I said, it's a key function of the last line is really to avail yourself of that information. That's the opportunity under your structure to have that conversation, to have those discussions. And let me be candid. I mean, I've had council members in my 35 years in city management that liked me, some didn't like me. I like some of them. I like some of them less than others. It happens, the nature of the game. We don't always agree. But at the same token, we're here. I mean, you're structured. You're 5 of you. There's 3 charter officers. That's the process. Unless something changes, we got to make that work. What I have told, and I've lost count. A lot of managers know exactly how many elected officials they work with over their career. I've lost count over the time. But the bottom line is, what I've said is, listen, even if I don't necessarily agree or take the same position that a given elected official may have, I've said, listen, you're going to be in office for 4 years, 6 years, 8 years, whatever, if there's term limits, whatever that is. You have 2 options to path. You can be a grenade thrower and just try to blow up everything. And if that's the case, eventually that rarely works for you. At the end of that 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 years, you may not have anything that you've done other than create noise. But if that's what it is, everybody knows what it is, that's fine. What I've tried to say is if you really want to get something accomplished, help me understand what you want to do, and I can see what I as a manager can do to work with your colleagues in the parameter of government we've got to see if we can make those changes. And so at the end of the day, you all, I've said this before, you have a very short window of time where you're an elected official. What's the legacy you want to leave? And if the legacy is I want to do something to do X, Y, or Z, you may have been elected to bring a change about X or Y or whatever that topic may be. In order to do that, you have to work collectively with you as a body and also the staff. And that gets back to the conversation. The structure of government you have is it flows through your charter officers. And that either helps you accomplish those goals or retards the ability to accomplish those goals. So, okay? Mm-hmm. All right, number 2. This is something that as Lynn and I, Lynn, before I move on, anything you want to comment on this? I know you've been quiet in the background. Okay, I'll take as a no. All right. Okay. All right. So here's another one I've heard in discussions saying, hey, if I'm a citizen, I can email a department and saying, I'm stuck on this issue. Why can't we do X, Y, or Z? And many organizations that I work with and other cities that I've worked for and worked with have had a process to say, okay, as an elected official, you just like I say, you can change the dynamics of being an elected official just by virtue of your title. Even whether you desire to do that or not, it is what it is. So one of the things that we often see work in other cities under council manager forums is that as an elected official, you can email a department head. Say, I got a problem, or I got an issue, or I got a concern. And maybe this is a one-off. Maybe it's something that's much more detailed that becomes something for a one-on-one conversation or workshop. But in some cases, they're basically an opportunity to say, I'm stuck on this issue. I've heard about it. Can you bring me back up to speed on the issue? So I want to say that that outreach is not to replace the relationship you have with your charter officers. It basically is another avenue for you to get more information. And the way in which most of these take place is that they're more inquiry of why are we doing it this way, not necessarily this is why I want to do it differently. So it's this fine line. I know Dimitri will talk a little bit about direction versus inquiry. It's much more of an inquiry. Help me understand why we do this or what we do or what the parameters are from that area. That is different than ultimately making a policy recommendation that the manager or your attorney or your clerk, depending on the topic that may come forward, is going to make to you as a public body. Because once again, at every level you go down, your context changes based on the level of understanding and their awareness of the other issues that may or may not be on their radar screen that your manager, your attorney, or your clerk have to be involved with as well. So the way in which this is traditionally done in council manager forums, even with systems like you have in place for non-interference, is that the manager gets CC'd on those emails. Because once again, if most of my department heads, and I suspect with Jerome's as well, they're going to tell me if I've gotten an inquiry from if I can't trust my department heads, I got a bigger problem. But bottom line, they're going to let you know, hey, I've heard this. But if I don't catch up with them and all of a sudden there's an emerging issue taking place, and it's not just one council member, it's 2 council members or 2 other council members who are talking about an item, as a manager, I need to be aware of that, because that may be something that I need to be tuned in because there's something going on in another department that has an impact on what's happening here. And that department head may not know that. So that's the reason you CC the manager, to keep that person in the loop of what's taking place. And then at the end of the day, and I think I've heard this is what's happening here, when there's a response to whatever that would be, normally what most cities under this form of government do is they will copy the entirety of the commission. Because we make the assumption, even though it's a one-off with one commissioner, that same question may very well come up with another commissioner. And when you're up here having a conversation in the dais and somebody says, well, I got this response in an email, and the other 4 go, well, what are you talking about? I don't have that information. You need to be equipped with that same sort of information to be involved with. So I know in the past, my understanding is you've not done this, but the bottom line is this is a way many council manager form of governments operate. It gives you a little more access, but at the department head level. Now, the department head may have to tap some people below them to understand what's going on from that point, but they're going to be a little closer to the topic. The manager gets CC'd, they're aware of it, and everybody gets the responses because you need, it may be something that you deal with on the dais at a later point, and you want to make sure all 5 of you have that same access to that information, and nobody's got kind of an unfair advantage with knowing something, a detail that somebody else might not know. Yes?
But to me, this is just semantics. Why can't you just send the email to the city manager and CC the department heads? This way they get together and you're still gonna, this way the department heads knows the information is wanted, requested. They get together, they get that information, it goes back through the email chain. To me, it's just pretty much the same thing. Rather than going direct, you're following the charter by going through the city manager, CC and the department head.
I get that. I understand what you're saying. I'm trying to help find a pathway to get to different thoughts and opinions and access. I will tell you, it's something. If I get an email as a city manager, it comes to me, I'm dealing with it generally right at hand. If it's going to my department head, I may be aware of it, but I'm not. It's not capturing my attention unless I hear 2 or 3 other items that are the same items of concern. So it keeps the manager in the loop, but doesn't put the onus immediately. I'm not saying it never does, because ultimately the manager is responsible for the entirety of the organization. But having it go to the department head, it goes to them first for response. And if it's a sensitive issue, they're certainly going to talk through it and get a sense of the error. But managers have a gazillion decisions and issues they deal with every day. Being CC'd is one thing, being the direct point is another. That's the only point that I raised.
And I understand that.
Yep.
The department head may want to respond with all of that information and CC the city manager coming back to you or all commissioners, whichever way they want to do.
Yep.
But make sure that they put on their email, do not reply to all when it's coming to the
You still got to
commission.
comply with the Open Meetings Act and
So,
those, yeah.
I mean, to me, it's just,
Okay. My approach here is to try to give you another avenue for access. I've heard this concern about having, different voices. This is another way in which council manager forms of government operate to provide that type of material. And I also heard specifically, hey, if a citizen can do this, why can't I do it? I'm saying there's a way to do this, but because you're an elected official, you have to have some boundaries around it versus what a citizen can
and
do.
just one more thing, and then I'll let you go. Because if it goes through the city manager's office, you have 3 officers there that can deal with it, city manager, deputy, and an assistant. If it goes directly to the department head, what if A, they're not in, B, they could be on vacation. It could create problems down the line when the commissioner goes to the city manager and said, hey, this director of so-and-so department never gets back to me in a timely manner. What's going on here? Now you've just created more confusion and conflict. So
Right. Well,
I'd rather still have it go through the city manager or the city manager's office. That's just my opinion.
And I'm not saying this has to be an either or, I'm just giving it as another option. Sure. And obviously, if the department head isn't being responsive, the manager needs to know that. Because
Absolutely.
you would expect that out of your department heads, especially with elected officials, in terms of their inquiries and understanding. Because they know the importance that you need to have that information on a timely basis, plus you need it for feedback, for discussion on policy issues that may come up as well. So I'm not saying you have to do it either or. My goal was to open the boundaries a little bit that gives you additional access to be involved in some of those outreach, because I heard that as a theme. And I would tell you that this is a process many council manager forms of government operate under. Every manager has their own set of parameters, but it's something that we have seen, in person myself and or with other organizations I work with under similar boundaries, charters, and interference language similar to what you've got here.
The only concern I would have with that, and I kind of lean the mayor's way on this, only because it's easy to get out of control. Department heads have jobs to do. And it would not be unreasonable to think that a commissioner would continue to bombard that particular department head with repeated questions back and forth to the point where that department head is spending an exorbitant amount of time trying to go back and forth and explain. And it's happened. There's been commissioners who have done it to the detriment of the city, and it just ain't a good idea in my book. I see the city manager as the guy responsible, and I'm holding him responsible. If I got a problem or a question that I want answered, he's the guy I'm gonna hold responsible. I only got 3 people that report to me, or us, and he's the guy on the hook, not his department head. His department head answers to him. If I got something I need to know or information I need, I want him to be responsible for giving it to me. Because when he doesn't give it to me, or if he doesn't give it to me in a timely fashion, I can express my feelings with regard to it. How do I do that with the department head? So if I'm going back and forth, it seems like such an upheaval. One that's, like Pete says, it's just a semantical thing. Send it to the city manager. Now, city manager's not dealing with it. That's a whole nother animal.
Sure.
Then I come to my fellow commissioners and say, I'm having a hard time here. Is it just me? Are you guys having this problem? Or is he unfairly treating me? And to me, that's how this government was set up. I appreciate the need to try to flex it a little, but too many times, like, decisions are made because there's pressure on something, and we make decisions that invariably turn out to be horrible decisions down the road because we opened the door to something. This would open the door to a pain in the neck, because there have been commissioners who are just insatiable. They just can't leave something alone. They drive staff crazy, and it hasn't been in that far a recent past. I think we can all remember who might have been the person who did that to the point of, driving everybody out of their minds. And we don't need that. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. It is our obligation to have staff do what we want them to do, to be responsive to us. The structure's there to do that. We need to be assertive. We need to be engaged. We need to come to work every day. We need to get at it. And if we're not getting what we need to make the best decisions for the citizens in our city, then we gotta yell louder. And if we're not being heard by staff, we gotta talk to our fellow commissioners. And then the 5 of us can beat on someone's head. To me, that's...
So let me give you
Wonder why it's just you.
let me give some context. For an example,
Wait a minute, I don't know.
there are times where sometimes a council member heard that a stoplight is out, or a stop sign is down, or got knocked over by a car, or something like that. I've said, for God's sake, you don't have to call me as the manager, just let the department head know. That's the type of thing I'm talking about here. But you also may say, hey, on that, how often do we replace our street signs or something? To give you, there may be some context there. So I'm just saying that I know I've heard, not just here, but I've heard in other communities where they say, listen, as an elected official, I don't even have the same rights or rules that a citizen have. I'm trying to say that many places that operate under this form allow that type of communication, because it's quick, it's efficient, it goes forward. I'm not disputing what you said. At the end of the day, if a department head is getting bombarded, at some point the manager steps in and say, listen, this is something we got to workshop or we got to have a conversation because this is going to be an issue.
To me, it's not a right of, I have a right, the citizen has a right to ask any member of the city government what they want, but I can't do that. My job is to help solve their problems.
I agree.
In any way I can. I have 3 charter officers that report to this board. And they need to be responsive to us, and we're responsive to the citizens. If they're not getting their problems solved, that's who we go to. It's chaos to think that 5 people can start talking to anybody and everybody. It makes no organization anywhere I've ever been affiliated, whether it's the service, whether it's corporate, whether it's anywhere. There's a chain of command, there's a structure to it. Follow the structure. If the person in charge of running the show is doing a lousy job, then we get rid of him or her. But if they're doing their job, and we're doing our job by demanding that high level of performance and response, I don't see what the problem is here.
Understood.
I just don't.
And I want to be clear, I'm not saying this process gets you all the way to the land level position. This is basically an extension of, right now, you have the ability to go to Jerome or the assistant managers. I'm just saying many organizations will extend that down to the department head levels. And once again, I'm not requiring it, I'm not imposing it, I'm saying this is an opportunity that if desired, you could do it. Now, all these issues have to be monitored and evaluated. Does it work or not work? Most of the time you can figure this stuff along the line, but I was hearing about concerns of access to information. I'm not saying you have to do this. If you still want to use Jerome or the assistants, that's totally acceptable. But if you've got a question about something that the department head can probably respond to, as long as the manager CC'd and everybody gets the same information, that's something that we see happen a lot in this business. And it doesn't eliminate your responsibility of overseeing your 3 charter officers, is what I'm trying to say. You still have the goal. Because, quite frankly, as I said, I can tell you as a manager, you got a gazillion things you're dealing with, and your staff has a gazillion things you're dealing with, and your assistants and the manager, they're overseeing their operations. But at the same token, spreading that around a little bit sometimes helps. I'm not saying it can't be a problem. If it is, we'd have to deal with it as a problem going forward. But in many cases, that's the most efficient way to respond to a question or an issue. Because the manager or the department head isn't going to know exactly every single issue that may crop up. It's just the nature. There's only so much you can work forward with. Okay, let's talk a little bit about workshops. I understand you, like other organizations, use workshops. They may be about an issue, maybe you're considering a change in policy, maybe you're looking at an ordinance, maybe you're shifting programs, it may be about a project, whatever the topic may be. But it's not kind of ripe for prime time for dais action. And so what many organizations do is hold these workshops. And the workshops is an opportunity for you to understand and ask questions. And the workshops are typically designed for you as a commission. They're done in public because all 5 of you there, subject to Public Meetings Act, it has to be done in public. Many workshops do not take comments from citizens because it's your time to learn and your turn to ask questions and to understand an issue that's likely to come back before you for some policy, some program, maybe it's a component of your budget, it may be a project, whatever the topic may be. And the goal here is for you to have a dialogue so that you hear each other, and you also hear from your department heads and your staff and your subject matter experts. Let me give you an example. We ran in Lakeland, we ran electric generation and distribution utility. And so we would have meetings on workshops on our fuel rates. You know this from your background as well. We had a mixture of coal and natural gas and oil and all that, and all those related to fuel rates and how we're going to ultimately charge what that was. And there were times, because we were moving into a fuel hedging program, where we were basically putting puts and holds, synthetic holds and processes to control our cost and the highs and lows of that. That's hard to do in a commission meeting discussion. So we would have workshops. Now, even though I understood what that looked like, we would have our fuels manager and our system analyst and our financial people having those conversations in a conversation with the board so that they had an understanding of what this stuff looked like. And that's an opportunity for you to ask these questions of people beyond just the manager. As I said, as a manager, I knew conceptually what was going on, but I'm not an economist. I'm not a fuel guy. I need to know from those. And there's two values here. Number one, you're going to get a greater understanding of the issues as you go through this conversation. Number two, you're hearing different voices that come into the discussion from people that do this 24/7 or full-time, because the manager doesn't do this, the department doesn't do it full-time. There are levels of expertise that are involved. You've all done your own professions. You know your business. This is their business. And this is an opportunity for you to understand what that looks like. Now, Lynn talked earlier about peer cities. What many times during your workshops when you do these, it gives you an opportunity to say, okay, well, how does Palm Coast, which is a comparable size development GDC type community, how have they dealt with this issue? And so this is an opportunity to say, what I said before, it's not revolutionary, it's typically evolutionary, but in the same token, it gives you a learning opportunity of what did they try that maybe didn't work out, that you're about to do the same thing. And now you may still take that course of action, you may not. But these workshops are really to discuss topics of interest before it's ready for action. Or it's maybe of a community concern. I've even had workshops on public restrooms. That was an interesting session, let me tell you. And didn't involve ultimately a council policy. It just, there was a problem about a restroom around one of our major lakes that everybody wanted. And we need to have a conversation about what that looked and felt like. So, I mean, it doesn't necessarily mean it ultimately results in the commission deus action. Sometimes it's about a challenge, an issue, a controversy you got to work your way through. But it is your time to learn and understand where it's at. And it's your opportunity to hear from subject matter experts outside of your charter officers. And that normally takes place. That dialogue occurs there as well. So one of the things that we've talked about, I understand you've used workshops on a basis as you're dealing with a policy or an ordinance or something going forward, but there may be other topics, like I just mentioned, the restroom issue. It may not be something that's going to land, but it's something you're hearing about in the background, and if enough of you believe that that's a reason that we ought to do that, then you have that workshop, and you invite the appropriate people to be part of that. Because what I was hearing is this conception of understanding different voices, and Phil, you even mentioned this as well, kind of the 360 analysis of what's going on. And most of the time, staff has done that homework, but sometimes that doesn't come through an understanding of, have you thought about this, or why this versus that? And this dialogue to go back and forth to hear from different voices. Now, I'm going to say, even as a city manager, I would chime in on those discussions, but there's times where I want my department head, or I want my fuels manager to talk that issue because they know that better than I do. And once again, my job is to make sure that you as elected officials are armed with the right information to understand that. So I know you've done workshops. What I'm suggesting is that there may be topics that most of the time staff drives workshops. It's a topic where, for example, we did one on form-based codes. We must have spent 2 years doing form-based codes discussions. And we looked all over the country at what that looked like. And we needed to have touch points with our elected bodies to say, here's kind of what we're seeing. This is kind of where we're going. This is why we want to do it. This makes sense. And based on the conversation, we continue down that path, or we need a direction that say, no, I don't like that. Let's move in a different path. And that dialogue was there to understand it. But it's that point of understanding different thoughts and impressions and having your staff go forward and explain things to you that may be more granular than what you might get out of your charter officers. Make sense? Okay.
Regular, and I don't want to speak for the rest of you guys, but I mean, I'm on, over the past 3.5 years, I've made numerous recommendations during one-on-ones or freaking, Jesus, this should be a workshop item, or can we have a we probably need another workshop item on this, what do you think, whatever, and have those dialogues. And I mean, I've never had a response back. Sorry, we already dealt with that, like, go away. No, it's been received well. I mean, we've had workshop items on stuff that weren't even, that were more conceptual.
Topics of interest.
I think they work great.
Okay. So the goal here is to say, to your point, if there's many times they're working on something that's heading towards a deus action, but they may not be. And the opportunity is, as elected officials, you could ask those questions, say, I'd like to hold a workshop on this. And you talk through it, and if there's desire to go proceed with it, get scheduled, makes sense. Have it. Okay? Reaction? Yes, no? No? Okay. Okay. All right. Early on, Lynn spoke earlier about administrative policy versus commission policy. where the administration is responsible for enforcing certain actions, the commission is responsible for enforcing other actions. As it relates to you have, as I've looked through the issues and had the conversations and seen what was happening here in Northport, you actually have a policy, a city commission policy on rules and order and rules of decorum for your boards, which incorporates yourself as you go forward. There, you have a certain section on workshops about how you use and what you determine as consensus. Consensus in this under your policy, but this is your policy. You get to do this. So this is under your purview in the process. The way your policy reads now is that consensus is unanimous of the commissioners present, except when you're in budget discussions. So if you disagree or have a different thought or an opinion about that, right now all five of you have to be on the same page. That sometimes happens, it may not happen. I don't know what that looks and feels like, but this is in your parameters to control. This is the commission policy specifically.
Before you go past that, I mean, we have consensuses all the time that aren't unanimous. And so what does that mean anyway? Because like, it isn't a motion and it isn't voted on. It's a consensus. It's given staff a feel for where the commissioners' heads are at. So who cares whether it's unanimous or whether it's 4-1 or 3-2 or whatever it might be. It's given them a flavor for how we feel. If there's any 3-2 issues, that's something staff better take serious consideration on. If it's 4-1 or 5-1, I mean, we had plenty of 4-1 unanimous votes last year. I mean,
Sure.
Yeah,
How you get 4-1? How about 5-0?
No, we had
That's
plenty of
unanimous.
4-1 unanimous.
4-1
Nice
unanimous.
unanimous.
Are you hungry, Phil? Are you ready for
I'm not sure I'm following. I'm not.
Are you on?
Not yours,
2
absolutely.
years doing that? How many years? 8 years?
4-1 is not unanimous.
Phil, you and
Was over the last 8 years. I guess you're just not on the same page as me. I'm sorry.
Phil, the reason I raise this is that I agree with you. I found this to be unique that consensus was unanimous. I just wanted to point this out. This is your policy, not the administration's policy. So your predecessors had adopted this policy. Whether you were actually following it or not, it's another story. But the bottom line, I did find that to be unique, that consensus was 5-0 versus something else. That may be a policy you might want to discuss going forward. So let me talk the next piece of this. So as you're in these workshops, this is part of the same policy that the commission has adopted, that it is consistent with all the other language you've got. You've got, if you're inquiring about a matter directed to city staff, it goes first to your charter officers, in this case the manager, if it's a topic of general administration, and then the manager or the staff member can designate who else is there. I will discuss generally, and I think what I've heard you say and what I've typically seen, workshops have a lot of ebb and flow with a variety of people involved. But at the end of the day, if the manager says, hey, I understand that, but here's what we want to do, or here's why we're recommending this, that's still the manager's call or the city attorney's call or the other pieces there. And then let me, obviously we talk about respecting staff and handling that. And recognize, I heard a discussion about, hey, you got to break in a workshop and all of a sudden people kind of scatter to get a cup of coffee or go to the bathroom, whatever. This is not to say that you can't have a conversation with something you just heard or had. I mean, we're human here. This is going to happen. We just have to be sensitive about how that interaction occurs that is consistent with your charter and consistent with your policies. But it doesn't mean you can't have a conversation with that person, or I don't quite understand what that looked like. Can you help me understand that a little differently along the line? So this is not a hard and fast line. Got to get through. I want to go through one more section about it. But do you have a point on this that you'd like to discuss?
No, just trying to get there.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, no, I'm sensitive. I know I got a plane I got to catch too. I'm sensitive to that too. Okay, so leading into this next piece then, this conversation that both Lynn and I watched over a variety of your meetings about, what does this look and feel like? How do I interact consistent with policy and direction with staff members? And what does that feel like where I'm not violating, but I still have access to information? So, as Lynn mentioned during the forms of government section, non-interference clauses are fairly typically in every charter you see. They're going to read a little differently based on the size and the context and the structure of the government, but they're all out there, even under strong mayor forms and things of that nature. So let me give you an example of what that looks like in practice. Many times, as newly elected officials, you're drinking from the fire hose. There's a lot of things, I'm sure some of your colleagues that have been on the board for a couple of years, they still don't know fully everything that you do or how you do those things. So things that happen that are typically consistent within a non-interference, police ride-alongs, code enforcement, work days, you're trying to understand what this place is all about. And the way you do that is interacting with employees in manners to so have a better understanding. So when you're talking to a citizen about this is why we do this, you've seen that. You've had an understanding of what that looks like. Certainly, most of the time, I assume that as you come on board, most organizations do formal orientations for elected officials. When you go to departments, you see operations, you see kind of the services, you get to see whatever that looks and feels like. I know when we were buying automatic side loaders, we had commissioners riding some of our trucks to get a feel for what that looked and felt like as well. I can tell you as a manager, I didn't sit in the back of the police car. I didn't sit in the back of the trash truck. That was an opportunity for you as an elected official to learn about what we do. But once again, you've got context there. You're learning about the operation. You want to have an understanding. You may have an operational question about, how does this work or not work or something along that line. You're going to also be invited, I can tell you, regularly to department lunches. You just came through the holiday season. I assume a lot of departments have Christmas parties, and many times elected officials are invited there as well. I mean, you're not distanced. When I say it, I sometimes felt that it get wrapped around the wheel, the wire got wrapped around the axle. The goal here is that you still have to understand what you do as a city. And the people that are providing those services are ultimately your employees as an organization. And the better policymaker you become by understanding those items. So that may be in the form of lunches and events, recognition, employee service awards, tours, whatever that looks like. Maybe there's a special thing taking place in a given department. That really is fair game, but that's an entirely different structure of why are we doing this, and I disagree with that, okay? So it doesn't mean it's a hands-off policy. It means you're supposed to be involved to understand the operations of the government and the people that perform those services. At the end of the day, you may learn something, and maybe you see something that you've got a question on. At that point, then it becomes a factor either back to your charter officers or to the department head, depending on how that email process may go, as we've discussed earlier. So you might see things that trigger a question. But once again, I'm trying to get back to the context of the employee that you may be inquiring on may not be equipped to fully understand the context in which you're asking the question. It may make perfectly sense to you, but the employee may be responding to an entirely different context to them. Because they're dealing with what do I deal with from 8 to 5 on Monday through Friday, and you're dealing with it as it relates to 30 other things that might be happening in the city or concerns that you've heard of that may not be there from the individual employee hearing as well. So I thought it was important to have the conversation that I don't want you to feel like you can't have any discussion whatsoever or you're in violation of the charter. These things happen in recognized council manager forms of government on a regular basis. You just have to understand the context in which those conversations occur. Okay? Let me stop there for a second. Reaction. Yes, David.
I have a question for 3 of my fellow commissioners. You weren't there, so I'm not asking you this question, but regarding this policy, 2021, City Commission Policy 2021-03, that says all our resolutions will be, unanimous. In our consensus yesterday, did we not pass one that was not unanimous? Didn't we have a 3-1 yesterday regarding?
Well, consensuses, correct me if I'm wrong, are not binding. It's not a vote.
Okay, so it's not covered by the policy.
And just on my opinion about yesterday, this is how I look at it. We were absent one commissioner due to traveling, and that's why he's not being asked, and I understand that. But we did take a vote, and it came out, or a consensus, 3-1, okay? So as staff, when what we're looking at, it becomes an agenda item, and we'll come back to where we can vote on it
True.
with all of the commissioners present, hopefully down the road, and that would be the actual action vote, correct?
Consensus is actually binding. Consensus is usually just taken when you don't think there's going to be a lot of discussion, and usually it's used more for administrative purposes, but if it is a consensus and it does pass unanimously, because workshops, our policy requires that it's unanimous during workshops. So that 3-1 was not, a consensus was requested, a consensus was not made, because it didn't pass unanimously during a workshop, per our policy. But we use those during the workshops, like was said earlier, to kind of give staff the input, indication of where it's going to go, so they can bring it back at a regular meeting to get a vote on it. But it is binding.
Thank you for that. So if we have a true consensus, a 5-0, that is binding.
Yes, and you will see in the
Okay.
minutes, it will be bold, it will say there was a consensus to, blah, 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 blah.
Now, when we have a commissioner missing, if yesterday were a 5-0, excuse me, 4-0, that would or would
It
not
would
be.
be binding,
It would
yes,
be
because
binding.
it's of the commissioners that are present. There was still a quorum.
Okay,
Yes.
good.
So it'll come back in a meeting for a vote. It's not written in stone that we're going forward on that from yesterday.
So, to illustrate that, if in a consensus, I voted yes, and then the item comes up for a vote, I can still vote no.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
And the difference is so for the workshops, since you
just to
can't
be
take
clear.
action, those consensuses are just providing direction for staff to bring back something in the future to a meeting to be approved anyway. But you'll take consensus during a regular commission meeting. Also, we've done that before, and those
right.
would have to be unanimous as well. And those could be action items. You could do consensus on an action item. We typically don't, but they can be.
I was going to say, I'm not trying to create a challenge, but I understand where you're coming from. I've never seen consensus have to be unanimous other than in this policy.
I'm
So
sure
I
you
just
still
throw that
have
out
more
there
questions.
as a topic. I knew you were coming from this, David.
Does staff now have direction to bring that forward based on the fact that we were not unanimous? So it wasn't binding, I think was the word.
We did not give them binding direction, but they can come back at a regular meeting with an item and it be voted on to either get passed or get voted down.
This would be a policy I would recommend you look at.
Because it
Yeah,
certainly
because
gives, it certainly gives staff a perspective on where the commissioners' heads are at.
At that time.
That policy should be changed to say it's not unanimous.
Consensus of those present or something like that. Yeah, yeah.
What difference does it make? It's
It doesn't mean they can't go start building
I'm just saying.
tomorrow.
Consensus is.
All I'm saying is,
that's-
is we have this policy that says we'll do it one way and we did it another way yesterday. You know, we didn't go along with the policy. And until Doug brought it up, I don't think any of us were conscious of it.
From a practical reality, even consensuses that are not unanimous send a message.
Absolutely.
And since all that we do typically is evolutionary, when we're in the process of working an issue and staff is looking for a consensus in a workshop, even if it's a 3-2 or a 4-1, you know, you might have a commissioner who just votes no all the time, because that's their nature, and that's happened. And so that's why I made the joke for those who didn't realize it, but the practical reality is it sends a message to staff that staff gets. And then, as they bring back information, it helps us. That could be changed. It's like a no-brainer. Who cares?
Majority.
I'm kind of like, who cares? We do it the way we do it. I think staff gets the message, even though it's not actionable. What's actionable? I mean,
I'm
You know,
in 100% agree. I'm not
Yeah,
trying
it
to.
makes no sense.
What I'm trying to draw the distinction is, this is the 5 of your policy, not the administrative policy. If you don't like your policy, change your policy. This is in your purview.
Correct.
And your point is exactly it. If I've got unanimous decision, I know council's aligned with where staff's at. If I got a 3-2 vote, we're gonna have to figure this out a little bit better and work through those issues. The point I'm trying to draw here, and I didn't want to get hung up on this, there are policies you enforce and you set, and there are policies the administration does. This is under your policy. This is your purview.
If I may, just
Yeah.
provide Commissioner Duval, yesterday there was a consensus, there was one consensus, but the other one was, a consensus was requested to move forward with the one-time fiscal year 2027. So it was not a consensus that was made. So we did follow the policy yesterday.
So now you are totally confused.
Yes, I am.
This one,
I am too, if it's any consolation.
this one you guys can solve. The five of you can solve this. I don't want you to get tripped over it. My point is, this is your policy, not the staff's policy, okay? So if you don't like this policy, this is one you can change
Yeah.
by your vote of where you're adopting this policy, okay? So, okay, this, the other piece was this on there. So we talked about casual interactions. So let me just talk through that. I heard a lot of conversations about this. I want to try to make sure there's an understanding of what this looks and feels like, because this, I think, gets the heart of some of the questions that I saw coming up and Lynn and I watching the meeting. So does this make sense to you? Does it not make sense to you? Are there boundaries that you're still unclear of? What does that look like? So I just want to open that up because you're going to have this. We're people. We're going to bump into people. We're going to bump into them in the hallway. We're going to see them at the Publix or whatever the case would be. I just want to make sure that you feel comfortable that there is an ability to have these conversations within acceptable boundaries. Okay? So reactions?
I don't have enough energy to react. I'm
Okay. I have one other piece I want to do before you do a quick break for lunch, then, if that makes sense. Then. So.
What time's your flight?
I have to be in Tampa at 4 o'clock, so at the airport at 4 o'clock. So, all right. This is something I've talked with Jerome. I already know where I think Phil's going to go with this. So I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt based on your earlier comments there. But there's something that might be something that in the future you might want to consider. And I'm saying maybe you test ride what I've suggested ahead of time before you go there along the line. But there are other organizations that sometimes will say, listen, I got a quick question to department head, can I make that phone call? Your policy right now really doesn't give you that parameters. This is something that would require a change. But there are some organizations where those conversations can occur. They typically are done during normal business hours and not done during 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock or something of that nature. If there's an emergency, you're going to go to your manager, your charter officers, you should go further. And what these often will be, and this gets back to the point of saying, hey, I'm an elected official, I can't even do what a citizen can do. I see something, I don't want to bother the manager or the staff on that, or the assistant managers. There's a stop sign that got knocked over. I'm just letting you know that. So those are certainly fair game that we see going forward. Sometimes you see something that you had a question about and you wanted to get a handle on. I happened to drive by and I saw something happening at this intersection with our public works crew, our traffic crew, or something like that. Sometimes it's a question like that. What's going on? What's the nature of that would be? It's really just to better understand something. Or you've had a citizen reach out to you and says, I saw something happen. Do you know what's happening there, what the circumstance would be? Once again, that may be a one-off going there. It is not intended to replace the discussions about department head briefings at your one-on-ones or workshops or anything of that nature. It is just those one-offs. Things happen in the city, and you want to be able to get a quick answer, a quick response, things like that.
I mean, it's happened to me over the past 3.5 years. Jerome will attest to it. There's been a number of times where I've done exactly that, and I've been, not admonished for it, but it's been noted, and I sort of filed that under the ask for forgiveness, not permission.
Step over the line, yeah.
I mean, it happens sometimes. Like, there's an accident and there's a police vehicle involved, and, who am I going to call? If there's somebody's number, I can call and say, hey, is that person all right? Technically not a good thing to do, but at the same time, it's sort of innocuous. It's sort of harmless, so, I mean, it happens. It happens.
The thought being that this is just put it out there as a possibility. Let's see if you walk before you run down that line. I'm sensitive to the point that you just raised. And, whether that's an email, at least initially, and if things work well and the process works and you're feeling like the process is working well, this is something that potentially could move forward. Once again, it's the department head level, not below the department head level.
And again, I would just add to that, if a commissioner is not using the established methods, using their one-on-ones, using their agenda briefings, using the workshops, I'm not inclined to support direct contact.
It's not intended to replace those, absolutely. That the other methods are the anticipated forms of action to engage in that level.
Well, and the one thing too about your first bullet point up there, report a citizen complaint or concern. If it's coming from the commissioner rather than the citizen, that seems like direction.
Yeah, so in many
I would
cases.
rather have that go through the city manager down to the department head. I mean, you're opening up doors that may not need to be opened, and
That's
I'm
what
not.
this is a future, potentially.
Yeah, right, and a personal observation regarding city services could be construed as direction. Well, this is my opinion, this is what I saw, doesn't seem right to me. It depends on how far you get into the weeds on all this stuff.
And it depends on the subject. Like we have a Northport report, which allows citizens to report things they see with the street lights out or whatever it might be. There was method to that madness because invariably, without that process, things fall through the cracks. Nobody gets back. There's no accountability. So it's been, at least my understanding, that we emphasize pushing our citizenry towards that process because it creates accountability, it creates a track record, it can be followed, it can be tracked. It has in huge value as opposed to taking something on your own. When something doesn't happen, then it kicks back to us, then obviously we get re-engaged. But, we got a good system for that, and I wouldn't want to see that undone. We worked hard at that because people in the past, over the years, I understand, had that feel they could just go to anybody, anywhere, and then things didn't get followed up
it's hard
on,
to
and
track
it was
it.
like, well, I talked to somebody at the city. Well, who'd you talk to? Well, I don't know, some person. I saw he was right outside the,
I get your best man, the see-click fix approach, the data request. Every city tries to do that. That is, that's a best management approach. But I also know from personal experience, not every elected official, they want that citizen touch point, and we've had to accommodate those. And so that's a way in which that could potentially be addressed. But there are pitfalls to that. Most of the time, what we did is that call made, the department head would direct it into the tracking information, so it was there, and then we could track it going forward. But the elected official didn't necessarily want to go that step, so we tried to accommodate that as well. So. All right, so before we get into lunch break here, those are some strategies that I think, as I've talked with Lynn, I've seen from personal experiences, either a manager or as a consultant, and certainly had conversations with Jerome about, is there a way to try to break bread differently to help you get more comfortable with this approach that we think work, generally speaking, in council manager forms of governance and in the non-interference clauses, whatever those language items might look and feel like in each of the organizations that have charters that have those provisions in. Some of them are a continuation, but maybe a little broadening to open up a little more involvement and engagement with. Some of them may be uncomfortable to you. I get that. They're meant to be suggestions to you as a way of a path forward. They're not required that you have to do it. I know you've said as well, I'd rather just go there. That's fine. You can do that. But if you have a desire to learn more from a different person and you want to incorporate that into a one-on-one or into a workshop, we've tried to give you as ways so that you can be informed, understanding, and everything I've said here today, generally speaking, with the exception of your commission policy, Commissioner, about the unanimous discussion, is consistent with your policies and directions. And I appreciate it, Heather. I know you said we're so consistent with that. But what I was trying to say is that there are ways to navigate this and hopefully give you a chance to be engaged at a level that might look and feel differently, where not everybody's kind of baxed into different corners from there. So I want to get some comment on that, but go ahead. Jerome, you have a comment.
If you agree with what you said, we're still stuck on number one because all the commissioners did not agree to have their one-on-one meetings. So if that's not going to be addressed or agreed to, then there's no moving past number one. So
I'm going to turn it back to you. This is your chance as a body about If you think what I've suggested doesn't make any sense, I'm a big, well, I'll take that. Or if you think there's tweaks or adjustments or reactions or concerns. My goal is to have you walk out of this. I do have some slides, we can do those after lunch, to talk about governance and processes that kind of go back to this, some that you've seen in the past, but I want to just reemphasize some things. But I guess, this is my suggestion and Lynn's suggestion to you as a way in which you can get past this. So I guess we need to know from yourselves, does this make sense? Does it not make sense? I understand there's different thoughts and opinions about that. But at the end of the day, the 5 of you have to work this through with your 3 charter officers. This is an opportunity to talk through that.
So, from a general standpoint, I pretty much agree with most everything. There was some of these ideas we're doing, some we're doing in part. I really think it all boils down to this. While it's funny when Dimitri says nobody trusts government, and there's so much bloody truth to it. It's awful. It's awful to think that, but we can trust each other. See, we can trust each other as a team to do what's best for the city and the citizens, what we believe in our hearts is best. Because if our hearts are pure, if our hearts are good, if we're here for the right reasons, you see, then we could overcome all these little issues. We can work through all these disconnects because we trust each other to want to do what's best for everyone. So we ask the hard questions. We say, gee, Jerome, that's not registering with me. You're not satisfying me. I need to hear more. I need to learn more. And we can do that when we trust each other from the standpoint of we're all sharing the same vision, the same part. We all care the same. When we don't do that, when the attempt is to subvert, when the attempt is to hurt, when the attempt is to run our own agendas, that's where the problem occurs. And we lived through that, and I hoped we wouldn't be living through that now. But there is a lot of influence to continue that. And that's the elephant in the goddamn room. And we spent all morning into the early afternoon going nowhere. Excuse me for saying it, nowhere. Heard nothing that I didn't hear before, nothing that I didn't know before. It comes down to, are we going to work as a team for the citizens? We may not like him. There's days we might not like what he has to say or what he wants to do or what they want to do. But we are a team that works together to do what's best for the city, the majority of the city. When we don't do that, when we don't work together to do that, we're doing the citizens a disservice, worse than anything else we could possibly do. So that's all I got to say. I'm ready for lunch.
Appreciate the feedback.
Remember, you were a big boy.
Yeah, I understand. No, as I said, there's nothing there that we can't take as well. I've invested a lot of, I'm not your employee, but I've invested a lot of time and energy in this organization. I want you to be successful. You are a leading city. You are doing some really outstanding things. But there's this hiccup you're in right now, and our goal is to try to get you past this hiccup in some way, shape, or form. So it really, to Jerome's question, is are you prepared to move in this direction? And I realize there's thoughts and opinions and different perceptions. Nobody's saying you still can't be your own person. I'm not asking you to change, what you feel is in the best interest of the organization. From your own respective viewpoints, but the goal is there's a process in which you have to do this. And I will tell you, I have seen many times in all the different states that I've worked in, fortunately not my organizations, but I've seen sister organizations where this becomes a problem, and it's all of a sudden top flight organizations take a step down, take a step down, take a step down, and it takes them decades to recover in the process. And so I don't want you, as somebody that's worked with this community for a long time, I don't want you to go through that. So our goal is to help you, try to give you tools and mechanisms to not have you ratchet down and address the unique desires and interests of elected officials as they come and go throughout time to address your thoughts and opinions. So my hope is maybe this isn't earth-shaking, it's evolutionary, more the revolutionary, Phil, as you said, but to give you some sense of how other cities that operate like you in common size and common structure navigate this space, and they were able to still stay as a high-performing organization. So that's what we're trying to accomplish here as well. So
I will throw out, I am in agreement with what Commissioner Stokes has said and what the mayor has said. I also fundamentally don't like the idea of allowing the commission to email department heads directly, because I'm concerned they have work to do. They have day jobs. They don't exist for the care and feeding of the commission. However, if the two commissioners who have been having serious and sincere challenges with the inability of going further down in the organization, I would be open to doing a test of that on two conditions. One, that we all make full use of our one-on-ones and our agenda briefings and our workshops. That has to happen first. And if we all agree to do that, and if Commissioners Duval and Petro are willing to try that as a way to maybe, you're not getting exactly what you want, but it is a step toward doing that, then I would support it under those conditions. But I need to hear from my fellow commissioners if they're willing to go out on that limb with me.
Well, I've utilized my one-on-one, it's just with holidays and a couple of times I canceled, but I've used them. I'm planning to use them to the fullest advantage and extent. I don't see any problem going forward. I think it's a good start, and like Jerome said, it's it's a compromise. We compromise on things. You're never gonna get exactly 100% what you want. Otherwise, it would be one person ruled
Right,
entity, but it's not.
right.
It's 5 of us. So I'm willing to go forward, and yes, it's a new year.
It's sort of a test and see if that would work. Again, copying, the 3 iterations of city managers that we have on those emails so that they're kept in the loop. I would go along with that.
Well, I'm sure this presentation or this recommendation was designed in collaboration with the city manager and his feedback. So I don't see any problems going forward, especially this is coming from the city manager, trying to accommodate what we proposed. So, sure.
Okay, I appreciate that, Commissioner Duval.
Commissioner Petro?
No, but now I'm switching.
Oh, okay.
She's finished with you.
You're done.
That was fast.
No, I mean, I heard you say you were willing to go with it, so I'm good with that. I'll take you at your word.
There you go.
There
Yeah,
you go.
there's your
I guess
answer.
it's not a participation sport.
okay, well,
Ready for lunch.
all right. Let's, as I said, I mean, at the
adventure. Each step reveals a new page or activity, sparking imagination, curiosity, and conversation. It's a walk, a story, and an adventure, all in one beautiful setting. The Garden of 5 Senses, Boundless Adventures, and the Story Stroll, where every visit is a story waiting to be discovered.
Residents may begin to see some changes taking place here at Fire Station 81 on Sumter Boulevard. And here to tell us more about it is Deputy Chief Nick Herlihy. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me, Madison.
So tell us about what's going to be going on at Station 81 in the coming months.
So in a few weeks, we will see the station being torn down, and the crews that normally respond out of this station are moving into the temporary fire station, which you can see in the background, and our fire admin will be moving into City Hall.
So it's being torn down completely and being built back up, right? Not being retrofitted?
That's correct. The project started out as a remodel, and our design was more to just add a little bit of square footage. The building's not that old, it was built in '98, but after the hurricanes, we had to bring the building up to current code. Different codes existed in 1998, so that process led to a cheaper option, which was to tear it down and rebuild.
Sure. So is there a general timeline for how long this project is going to take?
Yeah, so the teardown should start in December. So by the end of the year, it should be all flat ground. And then we're being told anywhere between 12 and 14 months before the new station is complete and ready for our crews to move back in.
Gotcha. Okay. So with a project like this, what does the cost look like and where are those funds coming from?
So the majority of the funding is through surtax. The total project is around $17.5 million.
So since a brand new building is being built, what kind of improvements can be made by taking that route?
So one of the biggest is we are a critical infrastructure building, so our crews are expected to respond as soon as the storm clears. The new building will be rated up to a Category 5 hurricane, and that meets the code for our wind load this far inland because we get a little bit less intense winds as we get away from the coast.
Sure, that makes sense. So we're coming up here on some beautiful trees. So tell me about the plan for these. Are some of them sticking around? What is your plan?
Yeah, absolutely. So one of the things we did very early in the project is we recognized that to the best that we could, we wanted to save as many trees as we could, but especially the mature oaks.
Sure.
They provide a lot of shade and they're beautiful and, native to Florida. So we worked with the contractor to design the parking lot in a way that we could really maximize the ability to keep these trees. So a large amount of these more mature oaks that you see that were standing under the nice shade canopy, we were able to keep a lot of these trees. Some of the smaller oak trees and some of the older palm trees we won't be able to keep, but we worked with the city arborist to ensure that we did the best we could with how that design can be and found out that honestly some of the palm trees are at their end of life as is.
Got it. Okay, well that's great. I know a lot of the residents are going to really appreciate that as well. So to cap it off, service is staying the same. Everyone's getting the same level going forward.
Yeah, Madison, you're right. So the crews that normally operate out of this fire station are just going to be a little ways down the road in a temp station with a temporary apparatus bay. And all of our administrative staff from Fire Rescue are moving into City Hall, which is right down the street. And if you need anything from Fire Rescue, you can go in the front doors of City Hall, turn to your left where Economic Development just moved into, and you'll see a friendly face from Fire Rescue ready to help you out.
That's great, continuing to provide that exceptional customer service. So I really appreciate all the information, Chief. Thanks for joining us today.
Thanks for having me.
The city wakes before you do. Quiet work already in motion. Work continues, even after you've gone. The way forward, kept ready. Every step, every turn, prepared long before you arrive. When your day ends, others begin theirs. Every hour, every act, quietly connected.
Most of us don't think about how our city works. We drive on maintained roads, we call when there's an emergency, we assume someone's keeping it all running, and they are. Northport University gives residents a chance to step behind the scenes, to meet the people doing the work, to see how decisions are made, and to understand how we, as a community, can be part of it. It's not just about learning the facts. It's about learning where you fit in and how you could shape the city we call home.
The most surprising thing would probably be the opportunity to get tased, which is really cool, understanding how that feels. Would recommend for everyone, unless they have a heart condition. I think another thing would probably be how many people it takes to run everything.
Is how well all the departments work together and how well each of the departments know about other departments. So in the case of a big emergency, they already know what other departments are already supposed to do, and they all work together.
This is always a dance. There's always moving parts. There's always things that can impact a decision, whether it's state, local, federal, revenue. All these things come into play, and it's just amazing all these things of how the city is impacted for the variety of things that can occur.
I feel more confident in the city, in the way it operates. I don't see wasteful spending. I see a lot of proactive thinking, way outside the box of what I thought a city does.
Well, I was already in love with Northport. I think everyone knows that. I got to meet the people who work here, their love for the community, how hard it is to run a whole city, the intricacies of it, and the why. It answers so many questions about the why things are done their way they're done. So it empowers you to love where you live more and to get more involved.
And I think the important message here is the confidence that I really feel now of the people running each of these departments. You know, they are running multi-million-dollar businesses all separately, but coming together with tax dollars that come through. And that is by far not an easy task.
Departments that we've been to seem to have improved with the growth in the city. So the mere fact that we've grown such a major amount, the department has grown, the staff has grown, the offerings have grown, and the need for involvement from the residents has also grown.
I think Parks and Rec really showed up and did an amazing job. They had a bunch of staff people. They kind of brought us around, had different speakers. I think they take the prize for the best overall display.
Places that I didn't think I would enjoy as much, like I didn't think I'd enjoy Public Works as much as I did. I loved it. And it seemed to me that there were the more questions that were asked.
The Economic Development Council, I think that is just, again, it all points to live, work, and play within our community.
I think there's a lot of misunderstanding out there about really how these departments work, how the city really works. And I think by offering a class like this, you get such an exposure to so many different departments and meet so many different people, you can't help but want to be a part of it.
If you plan on living here and living amongst the community and understanding the growth and understanding what we need, definitely join the Northport University. You're going to be pleasantly surprised.
I would absolutely say do it, because you don't know until you know. And you can go online and you can read all these things, but a lot of it is the experience and sitting across from whether it's the chief of police, the chief of fire rescue, utilities,
all these, administration, all these departments are absolutely, you meet the leaders, you can look into their eye and ask pertinent questions that are important to you so you understand of where they're at, where they're going, what are their constraints, and how we can be as residents try and give them the resources they need to provide the services that we're asking them to provide.
I'm more in love with Northport than I've ever been.
Hey Brandon, what are you listening to? Just listen to my CPR playlist. What's on that? Staying Alive. I'm Zach, and this is Travis from Northport Fire Rescue. And I'm Brandon, and this is Brett from the Northport Aquatic Center. Did you know a lot of the songs that you listen to on a daily basis follow the beats of CPR? 100 to 120 beats per minute. CPR saves lives.
Hey Northport, I'm here with Ryan from our engineering division in Public Works, and we're in an area that is experiencing some drainage concerns that were brought to us by some residents. So Ryan, what are some things you do when you get onto a scene like this to see what the issue may be?
First thing we do is we start at the bottom of the system, the outfall, how it connects into the canal. Then we start working our way up. We go through the cross drains, the culverts, the under drains, and we look at every way the water flows downward. And we look for blockages, sumped dirt pile up, and even sometimes could potentially collapsed culverts underneath. And you got to remember, you can't report your water being an issue until we have 72 hours of no rainfall. And let's say it rains on Tuesday, and a couple days go by, and on that second day it rains again, you got to restart your 72 hours. We have to spend time of our water inside the system in order to clean it and in order to slow it down. Otherwise, we're going to end up washing out our neighbors below us.
Absolutely. So tell us about what's happening here.
Right here, we have a rather large blockage inside the system. This is clearly a illegal dump of some sort, a tree, obviously, and this will slow down the water. If we could see on the north side of it, or north as in the upper part of the drainage way, it's full of water. But when we look at our footage from down below, it's dry. So this is a huge point of collecting water. These systems really fail sometimes with like a death by 1,000 cuts. You get a sump here, a collapsed culvert pipe, a blockage like this, and it slowly adds up.
That makes sense. So if anybody out there is seeing issues like this or experiencing it in your neighborhood, you're welcome to report it through our North Report system, which is at northportfl.gov/northreport, or you can give the Public Works customer service a call.
In Northport, families are finding more and more places built just for them.
We opened this past June. We are an indoor play center for children ages 0 to 7. We do open play sessions, birthday parties, special events, and classes here at the play center. For me, being a Northport resident, there was really not a whole lot in Northport for children besides the local parks. So it was super important for me to have something in the community to be able to offer to families with young children. You want to have that option to be able to still get out of the house with the kids, get their energy out, and not have to hike all the way up somewhere with traffic.
And you can just go to a spot near you and just make those special memories that are close to home.
Playtime Paradise isn't the only new spot making playtime local.
Do the Beach is a immersive indoor adventure park. We are primarily an inflatable-based attraction. We have over 14 different ride attractions scattered throughout the park. With growing young families pouring into Northport and growing the city, we just knew there was such a need for families to have an outlet and some good entertainment, active entertainment for children. One of our core beliefs as a company is encouraging kids to get involved in active and social play, getting them away from their screens and using their imaginations.
From slides to inflatables, dance classes, birthday parties, Northport is growing, and so are the options for young families right here at home.
The community has welcomed us with open arms.
We are thrilled to be here.
It shows families that there's a place for them to grow as a young family in Northport.
While you're watching me run away from this hurricane, you could be signing up for emergency alerts. Sign up at alertsarasotacounty.com today!
Welcome to the brand new Northport Podcast Network. We're so excited to introduce you to our revamped lineup of shows, created to keep you connected, informed, and inspired about everything happening in our city.
That's right. With 3 unique shows under one network, there's something for everyone.
First up is Northport Now. Madison and I will rotate hosting this fast-paced, news-driven podcast to bring you the latest city updates, event previews, and important information, all in one quick listen.
Think of it as your weekly guide to staying in the know about what's happening in Northport.
Next, we have Northport Stories. Laura and I will share heartfelt and inspiring tales from around our community, stories that showcase the people, places, and moments that make our city special.
And don't worry, Voices of Northport isn't going anywhere. I'll continue bringing you even more personal stories and interviews with residents who shaped our city.
And last but not least, Northport Living. Cody and I will also rotate hosting this show, which is all about tips, events, and lifestyle ideas to help you make the most of life right here in Northport.
Whether you're looking for family-friendly activities, ways to get involved, or helpful home and garden tips, Northport Living has you covered.
With breaking news, heartfelt stories, or practical tips, the Northport Podcast Network is your go-to source for all things Northport.
Make sure to subscribe to the Northport Podcast Network wherever you listen, and join us as we celebrate and connect with our amazing community.
Northport Now will be released bi-weekly.
Northport Stories and Living will be monthly.
A schedule will be available on social media and our website.
Hello everyone, Devon Poulos here, Aquatics Manager. Welcome to my crib. We have fun here at the crib, programs included. Become a past member, play all year long. Here at the crib, we do have rules. We take all payments here at the crib, Apple Pay, MasterCard, Visa, cash. You pay right here to enjoy the crib. So enter through the gate, child-proof, most adult-proof. Shade. What's that? Our newly installed sunshade available for rent all season long. Here at my crib, you don't have to worry about a place to find a seat. We've added more chairs than ever here at the crib. If you're coming to enjoy the cribs and you got little ones, we got the perfect area for them, our Pelican Playground. Newly painted, fresh floor, fresh palm tree. It's looking clean. Looking for a place to work your upper body? Take a shot here at our Stingray Shuffle. Looking to relax? I got you covered here with our Lazy River. Living more on the adventurous side? Check out the slides right behind me. Newly painted, all offer something individual and unique. Check it out. Check out the main pool, kept at a wonderful 84 degrees all year long. I just want you to have a good time. We have safety covered. Lifeguards here, staff, all day, every day when we're open for you to enjoy. Concession is open. Pizza, pretzels, nachos, ice cream, we got it all. My crib is your crib. Looking forward to seeing you here. Duty calls.
Hello, my name is Jerome Fletcher, City Manager of the City of Northport. I'm at the Northport Aquatic Center. I'm on the job today. Let's go.
Good morning, sir.
Nice to see you. All right, thanks for having me today.
Of course, we're going to go through our opening checklist for this morning to make sure that the facility is safe and operational.
All right, sounds good. Let's do it. Before anything else, the team walks the entire area to make sure everything is clean and in good shape.
Our next part of our task is to make sure that our body of water is clear. The water must remain clean. We must identify any possible materials that shouldn't be in the water.
Then it was time to check the surge tanks.
As you can see the glistening of the water down there.
Right.
If the water is too deep and you hear a rushing of water, that means that this needs to be filled before we can begin operations for this.
Okay. It's part science, part intuition. At the Relaxahatchee River, Jesse showed me the digital checklist system, the Hydro app.
As soon as I click yes on this checklist, that let's say the water is clear, and I do not identify that the water is cloudy or any sense, that yes goes directly to my manager and lets them know that at this exact time, I checked that water to make sure it was safe and clear.
This technology being used at its best.
Oh yeah. Now our rotations, we have evolved to having our lifeguards into a more of a roving position. With the competition pool, we still maintain the chairs for the height eligibility. But here, we have to have a minimum of 5 lifeguards just to run this body of water.
Wow.
And we actually have a lifeguard positioned in our catch pool over there to help our guests that are coming out of the slides at a Barracuda Tarpon Twister.
I've seen that person there. Then Jesse brought up something that most people might not think about, pool skimming.
Pool skimming is the sounds of the water being properly flowed. So with those drains, all the water has to constantly filter throughout our pool at least 3 to 4 times a day. So not only is the water continuously being pumped in, continuously flowing out, being cleansed through our sand filters, then being pumped back into the pool. It's a very long process, but it makes sure that the water stays as clear as possible.
Then Jesse taught me about the zones.
It helps maintain that their body of water is theirs to protect anybody that's in their zone. So lifeguard Brandon right now is actually scanning Red 1 zone. So Red 1 zone is here, any part of this body of water that reaches, let's say, all the way from those stairs to the bulkhead and to the side of the corner. This entire zone is his right now. To make sure that they are staying healthy and hydrated, we do have a 30-minute rotation here for all of our lifeguards, and lifeguards are not meant to bypass more than 1 hour of continuous lifeguarding. So after every hour, the lifeguards must take either a visual break or an actual break.
After Jesse's walkthrough, I met up with Matt, one of the pool technicians responsible for keeping the water clean and safe every single day. He started by showing me how they test the water across the park.
We got comp pool, lazy river, kids pool.
Each sample is dropped in a small disc and loaded into a device, and in just seconds, it gives a full readout on the pool's chemistry. And before this little machine was created, this was more of a manual model?
Yeah, we a lot of people will use tailored tests, so it involves like little different chemicals. You would fill up a container and drop them in like a certain amount, and then basically it'll calculate from there what your pH and chlorine is.
And this is the daily task?
Yeah, this is what we do at the start of every day.
Inside the control room, he fired up the valves that get the entire water park up and running.
When we have everything going, the water level will be back up. But since we're not running everything in the moment, it'll drop it down a couple inches.
Next, he showed me the daily checklist for the park.
Then we have our chemical data sheets. So basically just making sure like that our comp pool, lazy river, kids pool are all where they need to be, anywhere between 2 parts per million or 10 parts. And then pH is somewhere between 7.2 and 7.8 for a healthy pool.
There you go. Then came the backwashing and wasting process, flushing the filters to keep the water flowing freely or removing excess water from the system to keep the water levels balanced.
And then it'll start coming out in this pit. So this whole pit will fill in about 3 minutes.
Really, over there?
Yep.
Next, we changed out one of the strainer baskets, which helped catch large debris before it can reach the pumps.
I'll trace you that one. Thank you. Then new one goes in just like that. And we usually let those dry out. I'll clean them later this week.
Before joining the team in Northport, Matt worked as a lifeguard in Charlotte County under Trish Sturgis, our Assistant Director of Parks and Recreation.
So I've known Trish a very long time, so that definitely was one of the influences of wanting to come work at the Aquatic Center. Had me go out for an AFO course recently, which is Aquatic Facility Operator course. Basically anything and everything relating to a facility like water chemistry, safety, rules, this and that. So I went there, I just passed that class, so it's a little bit of knowledge under my belt. It was definitely useful.
Well, Matt, we're grateful for your time and your experience and all you put into your career here. And congratulations on your certification, and you do an amazing job.
I appreciate it, sir.
Thank you for joining me today at the Northport Aquatic Center. It's a great facility. I want to thank Director Sandy Funheller
Assistant Director Trish Sturgis. I have learned so much amazing things today. I would like to say that the technical expertise that goes to keep the water safe as well as the people safe is an amazing combination. See you on the next job. Thanks for being here.
Hey, City of Northport. My name's Sandra Boudreau. I am with AECOM, and I'm representing the City of Northport on this glorious Price Boulevard project. We are here on Price Boulevard at the Blue Ridge Waterway, in which we are building the box culvert. As we've talked in the past, we're doing a double barrel box culvert here, and we are currently pouring the second wall of the structure. That wall's got to cure, the concrete has to cure, and then we can strip form. So it does take some time for the walls to cure and then for us to start building the top. After that, we're going to build the earthwork and then the roadway. So at this point, we are currently early on in the process. If you want further updates, you're going to go to the Price Boulevard webpage.
Hello, I'm Jerome Fletcher, City Manager of Northport. I'm on the job with the Solid Waste Division of Public Works. Let's go.
Make yourself at home.
Oh, I love the duck. Look at that.
Yeah.
Yes.
That got passed down through a few co-workers, and then now it's ended up in this truck. So I was like, I wanted to keep it. So
well, maybe it's for the two-time driver of the year. How about that?
Yeah.
Oh, congratulations.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, you only been here for 2 years, right?
2.5 now, so.
Right. Recognition is nice, but what he really values is the simplicity of the work. Meet Cole Sigley, a solid waste driver for the City of Northport.
You can put me on the same truck and same route, leave me alone for 30 years, and it'll be done. You don't have to worry about it.
Right. It's very low stress. Let me do my job.
Yep.
I'll do it right. Come back tomorrow.
Yep. And then you go on to your next route, and then you just keep doing that, and then eventually the weekend comes. You enjoy the weekend, and get right back to it.
Right. That's how life should be. It's a career he planned for early on, right after high school.
I went and got my CDL after I graduated high school, and my goal is to get here eventually. So.
All right.
So
I sound like a man with a plan.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we appreciate it. We appreciate everything you guys do. He even shared a little bit about where he grew up, far from the Florida heat.
Because we're from West Virginia.
Okay. What part of West Virginia?
So it's north central. So like Clarksburg, it's about 40 minutes from Morgantown, which is where the university and the schools are and all that stuff.
I've been to Wheeling, West Virginia a couple times.
That's
up in the mountains.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you, driving up those streets when the streets are like really narrow, and you gotta wind up those. I was like, oh my! And I was young. I was like 23.
Yeah.
And I was like, man, this is gonna be a problem.
There are some of those mountain roads where it's
All right, we're back at it.
Okay, thank you for indulging me a little bit to have a chance to chat with the commissioner. I want to just bring us back just to kind of land the plane here in terms of a process about good governance and your roles and responsibilities and efforts. I thought it'd be appropriate to show this good governance pillar. This is a pillar. This is one of your pillars in your strategic plan that you've adopted, that we've worked on over the years. And I just wanted to say that the purpose of what we were talking about today is to try to devise systems of governance that work, that allow you to be engaged and to fully understand what you do, how you do it, so that you can be as efficient as possible going forward. So I wanted to bring that back to the touch points. But the other pieces I want to do just very quickly is to just remember that whatever I've said today, and even the suggestions I've proposed for potential consideration by the city, are entirely consistent with what we talked about back in December of 2024, when we went through a workshop to talk about governance and talk about roles and responsibilities and efforts. So just at the front end, we talked a little bit about some of those foundational documents. I just want to, I think it's helpful to just touch these again at a high level about the roles that you play as elected officials. Part of this is external communications, about serving that link. I said you're unique in the sense of understanding that relationship with your voters, but you also have relationships at the political level, at state, regional, and local levels, and TPOs and things of that nature with your peers and elected officials, because that helps you develop that insight. Conversations about one-on-ones and the discussions you have with your manager and your charter officials, and those discussions, those are really to give a sense of staff about, are you moving in the right direction, the wrong direction? You had that unique relationship. Oh, I'm not on mic, I'm sorry. Okay, we're back on? Good, okay, super. That you have that unique role to understand those relationships and understand what the pulse of the community is. And so whatever we've discussed today is to also say that's still part of your roles and responsibilities. You clearly are an elected official of this organization. You should be an ambassador to the organization. How you appropriately deal with each other during your public meetings and your engagement have an impact on efforts. I've talked about economic development. There's a lot of places when there's craziness going on in the dais, you're not going to see those economic development projects because they don't want to be caught up in that. So that is certainly a component of discussion as well. Phil, you mentioned about sometimes having to make decisions and make discussions to constituents that is the answer, that is the right answer for the right reasons. It may not be well received, but sometimes you have to explain those decisions of why you made those efforts. But the important point of what I've tried to describe here is to have an understanding of the process, that collectively the five of you and with your staff come to conclusions. And at the end of the day, nothing I've suggested today changes anything. If you feel strongly one way, I'm not saying you don't advocate for your position. Quite the contrary, you ought to be doing it. That's what you're involved as an elected official. But at the end, it takes 3 to 4 or 5, depending on what threshold you need on your decisions to go forward. And that's the process that distinguishes those high-performing organizations versus those that are struggling as well. So recognize that. Internal communications. This is this process of your discussion with your staff. In this case, your 3 employees, but we've talked about broadening that conversation somewhat as it relates to your thoughts of what makes sense for the city of Northport. Because you're going to see and hear and react to things or have viewpoints or your own perspectives that are going to be different. So you become that compass, because that helps the staff guide their directions and focus on what they're recommending to you. But certainly in external communications as well as internal communications within the boundaries we've talked about today. The other piece that is so important is talking about fiduciary responsibilities. I'm going to go on a stretch. I don't think it's too far that I suspect the city's budget's probably a little larger than most of your respective checkbooks and household budgets. I've worked in some communities, I can't say that, where there's been some very, very, very well compensated elected officials, but for 99% of the group, this is a big, big piece of your operation. And at the end, you have fiduciary responsibilities of making sure cities and monies are spent appropriately. We just had a conversation a little bit with the commissioner about that. What's important, understanding your financial statements. Sometimes that's stuff that you're going to need your finance director to explain to you or your auditors to explain to you. Those are certainly fair games, because at the end of the day, you are ultimately responsible for ensuring the finances are accounted for appropriately and otherwise, and they're being used in the manner in which you prescribe by your ordinances, your budgets, and things of that nature, and that you have the appropriate systems in play. At the end of the day, all that ultimately falls to the manager's responsibility through the finance director and the internal controls that they may have in purchasing and things like that. But at the end, you have that direct oversight to ensure that that is being done appropriately. This is the big one, policy. You do a lot of things. You adopt ordinances, you adopt budgets, you set policy, but policy is what you do most of the time. And policy is in the form of your planning and your LDCs and what you do for your millage rates and what you're doing for your utility rates. Those are all policy decisions. They certainly have impacts as it relates to the financing. And we spend a lot of time, I mentioned earlier, I showcase Northport in terms of what you've done and your mission, vision, and values and your strategic plan and how you monitor and track that effort. Those are things that certainly matter because it provides clarity to your staff. But that's not to say that you can't challenge things. If something doesn't feel right, smell right, this is the part you certainly as elected officials have the chance to deal with. And you should ask those questions to make sure you fully understand what's going on and what that looks like. And that you make sure that you're constantly trying to push the envelopes. I said, you've been a best management practice city now for some time. And that will be times when you want to go deeper into a topic, where you want to have your subject matter experts, your department heads, or looking at best management practices from other cities or peer cities to proceed. So everything we talked about today certainly gets to that nature of making sure as you're developing your policies, you have the best understanding of what that looks and feels like to you. The other piece is that has come up in a couple conversations, you get exposed to a whole lot more information than the average citizen is. And so they've got their soccers and their kids and their football and baseball practice and everything else. They're expecting you to do your work, but that means you have to be understanding of those items. So that is your agenda prep, your one-on-one meetings, your workshops, all those conversations all help you understand what you do better so that you can do good public policy information and make good decisions that are based on sound policy and data. And just recognize that many times opinions that come to you that may be contrary to what action you've taken, they may not have that full picture. And so that's where that external communications of communicating back to your constituents is so critical so that they understand the context about why a decision was made, certainly. We talk about priority enforcing, doing the right things and always doing them. You can't do the wrong thing enough times to make it right. So that gets back to adherence to your policies, your procedures, your administrative and your commission policies, and to make sure that you're following the rules and the boundaries that you've established and or your charter has established as well. The visionary piece is what we often talk about when we do our strategic vision. It's about where you want to go. And this is an issue. A lot of people get confused about this. When we do our sessions with you, we call it strategic vision. You get to set the direction and the course of direction of where this organization and where this community is going. The implementation of that vision is the responsibility of the staff. So that's when we talk about strategic visioning versus strategic planning. And so when we talk about those sessions, when we go through this, where do you want to go? What are the issues? What are you trying to drive towards? You're setting that tone as an elected body, and the staff is following that to say, okay, I've heard what you want to do. Here's how we can get there. And these are the steps to go forward. But once again, you're at that 10,000 foot level. Here's the direction we're heading. Staff's on the implementation level of how to get there. And we talked about the price to be willing to pay. Many cities say, I want to be that outstanding city, but they want to have the lowest millage rate in the state. Sometimes those issues are in direct conflict with each other. And so you got to be willing to say, how much are we willing to spend to get to the goals and objectives we have? And this is a question I've posed to the group before about why this stuff matters. I've mentioned before that a lot of economic development efforts never hit certain communities and they wonder why. And it's because of just craziness that happens in the dais, or lack of direction, or lack of clarity, or whatever that looks and feels like. They don't want to get caught up in that because, especially from a developer standpoint, time is money, and certainty is money. And the lack of certainty means we kind of linger going forward. So I've suggested that as you think through why governance is important, this is a statement that I think hopefully resonates with you as a group. That you're making quality decisions, you're increasing the significance, the impact of those decisions for the future of Northport. And I've heard a number of you say, hey, we're all trying to get there. We may have different thoughts and opinions, but how you do that is equally as important as ultimately getting to that end line as well. So let me close with just a piece of what we often use when we have governance conversations with elected officials. We have 11 principles that we suggest at SGR that organizations think through as they govern local government functions. And so you've heard me speak before the Athenian oath, and basically serve a country, I want to leave it for future generations better than what we do, or better than I inherited this problem. So this is kind of along those lines, but I just want to highlight kind of principles that we think are tangible and that most people can kind of grasp and get their handle on. The first one has to deal with recognizing the decisions you make today have long-term implications. When you change a ULDC, it's not just for next month or next year. It has implications and tails down the road. So the thoughts being that you're looking down the road at your implications of your decisions and that you're trying to understand, and a couple of you said this earlier, making the best interest and the best decisions you can on behalf of the citizens as a whole, that may not be universally liked. And I'm going to say it's probably more than may not. It probably will not be liked. There are always decisions you make that are not going to be popular and may or not be with people that actually elected you as well. This organization has done a good job in the past about vision, mission, and values and recognizing that, and that you're really trying to recognize that you service the entirety of your community. People that elected you, people that voted against you, opponents, proponents, developers, residents, all those discussions and all those stakeholders all come into play, and they all land on your dais. And you have to kind of figure out how you're balancing all those as well. But if you focus back on the North Star, the vision, the mission, the values, you'll probably be okay in those decisions at the end of the day. The other piece will be the fact-checking and understanding, and part of what we talked about today, hopefully give you some ideas to get a greater awareness of the issues and understanding of the challenges you face. But sometimes we've all been in public meetings, we've all been in hearings and all that, and the noise decibel gets up. And I can tell you that I've seen meetings where people walk out and said, I can't believe we just made that decision based upon, we had all the facts and figures, we made a decision based upon the craziness of the day in the given room. So we always encourage you to say, go back to your facts, go back to what knows, do the sniff test to make sure it makes sense and you're making those decisions based on sound policy, based on the evidence, based on the briefings you've received as well. I've said this before. Anyone know where it takes a smart man to know where stupid came from? That comes from the great philosopher Barney Rubble from the Flintstones. That we will have a lot of our own insights and perspectives, and we think we're going to know it all, but really we're all going to have blind spots. And we talked a little bit about that when we did our IOP sessions about how people perceive and react to information. And that there are different perspectives and different points and views that we may not take into account. What we try to do today is to give you some insights to be able to capture those different thoughts and views so that you ultimately can become better educated and aware of the issues you've got in play and to challenge those things that you feel maybe you don't fully understand or don't necessarily agree with the direction you're going with as well. This is a piece, number 5 is a piece that I wanted to, you've seen this before, but I wanted to highlight it again today as well. Many times, especially when we're in different forms of government, many times people want to be in different lanes. And the goal here that I'm trying to drive the point is, as policymakers, you have a lane of policy and oversight responsibility. And everything we've talked about today does not change any of that. We've talked about opening up to give you more insight and kind of pulling the covers back in terms of the organization. But if you're doing staff's job or staff's doing your job, then it's not working. Everybody has their roles and responsibilities. Your role is policy, their role is day-to-day administration. And so when you step into other lanes that are outside the role, you're starting to confluence that whole concept of why the council manager form of government was structured. To allow professionals running day-to-day, you as policies, doesn't mean you don't have questions, you don't have insights, you don't have different thoughts and opinions, but your role is at that policy level, not at the day-to-day management level as well. And then the bigger issue is also focusing on solutions. You are going to be bombarded with people asking for quick solutions to very complex problems. Most of the easy stuff in local government has been solved. I will tell you that from being in this role a long time. The simple solution has already been thought through, explained, done, tried, failed, maybe successful, whatever, but those stuff, that low-hanging fruit is pretty much gone from most cities, especially the city of this size that are doing things well. And so the challenge is understanding the problem without immediately going to a solution. And we see this a lot. I sit in a lot of council meetings over the years where somebody has a problem and immediately everybody's jumping a solution. Nobody's figured out exactly what the problem is or the principle. So you end up treating the symptoms versus the root cause of the issue. So just understand that give yourself time, give your staff time to understand the issue at hand before you jump into a solution going forward. This is one that I think we're in today, and we're still having some challenges today. And this is the question of trust. We've heard about people not trusting the government, maybe not trusting staff, maybe not trusting each other, whatever that looks like. And I can't solve that one fully for you, but I can say that it always starts with the first step. Everybody's got to recognize that we've got to get, if there's fundamental challenges and issues with trust, all I can encourage you is you have to have that conversation about why. And if there's something that can enhance the value of that trust. But if you don't trust each other, you don't trust staff, or staff doesn't trust the commission where they're going to go, I encourage you to go back to your mission, vision, values and say, if you've all adopted these, that will be the foundation for helping you build trust amongst each other. And if you don't like those mission, vision, values, then we change those mission, vision, values. But if you do, that ought to be your North Star in which you base your foundations of trust in your day-to-day engagement with each other and with staff and with your community as a whole. Talked about the processes and talking about, I mentioned throughout this session, I want you to continue to advocate and be a proponent for whatever you believe is in the best interest of the city. Nothing I've told you today would change that. You may not be successful in that role. You may be in a 4-1 vote or a 3-2 vote, or you may be on a 5-0 vote. I want you to advocate for what you believe, but once a decision's made, that's the decision. That's the way the process works. And so if you build a process where you can have those healthy conversations and allow everybody to vocalize their thoughts and opinions, but at the end of the day, it boils down to numbers. It takes at least 3 of you, and sometimes more than that, depending on the nature, if you need a supermajority for a millage or something of that nature or a budget. But the bottom line is, you get that chance to debate it. You debate it in a process that everybody understands the rules of engagement, and when it's done, it's done. And you got to move on. And I know that's frustrating. I've had recommendations that didn't get approved, but I still work the next day for my same mayor and commission. And you do this as a body as well, recognizing that the importance is we've had the chance to talk through it. I've not seen this as it relates to my engagement with you in the sessions I've had, but I've had a number of city commissions and councils where, I mean, I'm starting to think I got to pack heat when I walk into the chamber, where it is just very, very tense, very disruptive, very discourteous, not polite. I go back to the point, my engagement with you generally has been in that fashion, what I've seen. I will tell you that those thoughts and opinions matter, and how you deal with those differing thoughts and opinions matter, not only to your citizens, to your staff, but also to your development community and the people that have made investments in your community. They expect a certain level of decorum. You've got policies and procedures to do that, and recognize that you may not have people that agree with everything you say. I would venture to say there are a lot of people that disagree with what you said, probably what we've even talked about today. But how you deal with those people that disagree with you matter. And if you treat them with respect and approach to saying you have a different thought of opinion, I respect that difference. Here's why I did what I did. I hope you can appreciate and just disagree on that matter. How that's done is so important in terms of your success of an organization. And the last couple of them about how, I know this is really hard. I've seen this just in my 10 years since I've left active city management and been in consulting. The level of antagonistics and name calling that comes to you as elected officials and as staff is quite frankly very discouraging. It is something that we have seen, unfortunately, as a society change. And so when you all talk about how hard it is to be an elected official, this is part of that. It's tough, because at the end of the day, we're all human. We still take these things and we're still personal and we appreciate them, but we also have to kind of be a shield and let some of that stuff roll off of you. I just encourage you to encourage how you respond to those attacks. You can do it through rules of decorum, as you've established before. That may be coming from the public or from some citizen group at you, but also how you deal with each other as a group. You may not agree or disagree, but you got to be able to work together going further. And then I've said this as a parent, but also I've said this as a grandparent now, but I enjoy watching this. I have seen some councils that really, I mentioned earlier, where they literally have been in countersuits and depositions and stepping into those areas. So no matter how tense this may feel, you're still better than a vast majority. It doesn't make it easier, and I'm not saying that it can't be improved, but how you deal with the conflicts that you deal with as elected officials and your conflicts that you may have with staff recommendations and thoughts certainly makes a big difference as well. So I just want to review those because those were something I talked about a little over a year ago. What we've discussed today was not to intend to change any of those. It's not intended to weaken your responsibilities as elected officials. Hopefully what we try to do is give you some insights to be better at what you do. I also feel a little bit like the glass is half full. I think we've made some concepts of discussions. I am open for any continued conversations with you individually or collectively to try to help you get past where you are today on this issue. But I know it's a fundamental question of trust and understanding rules and responsibilities. And as I said, we've given you our best shot. I know Lynn is with us for a little bit. She has to leave at 2 o'clock. She has another conflict as I'm going to have to scoot out as well. But we feel like we tried to give you some tools to help you in that effort. If we fail in that, I'm certainly open for conversations and continued discussion as well. My approach to it, and I know we kind of had a little bit of this about going forward, is if there's any comments or thoughts or takeaways and commitments that any of you would like to make, this would certainly be the time and the place to be able to do that before you to wrap things up.
Anybody? It is what it is.
Okay, all right. Well, I know you always, I'll give it an opening comment or a closing comment for either you or Jerome before. I think you traditionally take public comment if there's anything that comes forward. I don't know what your nature is here or if there's anything else that's come forward, but I'll try to wrap things up. I know we're hitting the 2 o'clock window, so we'll go from there. But
I'll make a closing comment. We had some dialogue. We had some discussions today. Where this takes us forward, we'll find out. I mean, I appreciate Dimitri looking at different possibilities and getting a little bit more understanding and participating. I was a little disappointed with Commissioner Duvall not interacting, but that's your choice and that's fine. We've all taken except for, I know you're finishing it up and we've got time, but I think taking the ethics class is a good point for all commissioners going forward. If you haven't, I don't know if you guys took them last year or not, or if this is the first time, but there's a lot of information there, and hopefully we can take what we learned today and move forward and prosper. That's about the best I can put it.
Lynn, are you still on, or did you, I know at 2 o'clock you said you had to scoot.
I can hang out for a couple more minutes. I thought I'd be here for the wrap up.
Lynn, I'm going to give you a chance to make a plug for the Elected Officials Academy and the process. I know that's near and dear to your heart, but this is something that I thought you might want to chat about.
Well, the mayor has attended the weekend training class that the Florida League of Cities offers called EMO, Institute for Elected Municipal Officials. We will be meeting the first week in February up in Jacksonville. Little bit of a hike, but we go north, west, usually to the south, and then west coast in the course of a year, moving it around. It is a all-day Friday, all-day Saturday course. It's based on the league's book, the Florida Municipal Officials Manual. And what we try to do is give about 30 to 35 city officials the opportunity to come together and really learn. Also network with one another, plenty of opportunities at the breaks to talk with folks from other cities. It is in its 34th year of existence. It's been a very successful training program, and I do recommend if you really want to talk with other city officials, it's a great small group in the course of 2 days to both learn, network, and engage. Thank you. I appreciate that, Doug.
Yeah, most definitely. Well, as I said, this is another avenue for training and just as managers and staff go to their own conferences and events, the program that Lynn's talked about is truly an outstanding effort to network with people and deal with individuals that are in your roles and how they navigate and deal with issues that may help you, and vice versa. You're going to help them as those conversations occur as well from there. So, Jerome, any comments you want to make as we close?
Yes. So first of all, thank you, Doug and Lynn, for being here today. We appreciate the guidance through the conversations. We focus directly on good governance today and not our strategic planning because of what we've gone through in recent months. And thank you for taking us back to where we were, what we talked about. But to have a commissioner who publicly has been ready to speak about any and everything, including being angry on the dais, filing complaints that had to be responded to, comments that we had to answer, for behavior that he had an opinion, didn't change his opinion, and then tried to publicly disparage myself and others to sit here and not have anything to say regarding how to fix any of that or move forward is a disjustice to the people who elected this commissioner to provide an impact to our community through the role that they're in. And there's no other word other than say disappointing and disgrace for that behavior. There's no way we can move forward, and there's no way that he can be a part of the effective representation of this board to solve problems for this community acting in that manner. Thank you, Doug.
Just as a sidebar note, I did have a chance, Commissioner and I had a chance to chat a little bit. If you're open, I'm more than willing to have a little more depth. I know we didn't have a lot of time to talk through this. As I say, I can't, I mean, at the end of the day, you are a group. My goal was for you to be as successful as possible. If there's anything else I can do to help in that regard, I just open that door that we can have that conversation. So, okay. All right. I'll go to the clerk. Any responses that public or comments or emails or anything? I know you always close with that, so I didn't want to close that out. There's no public comment in the process. Okay. All right. Thank you for your patience. I know we were trying to wrap up at 1. You all know I got to be on the road here quickly as well for another client, but I appreciate your time today. We'll do a follow-up. I'll certainly do a debrief afterwards, and if there's something we can do to help as we talk about whatever the next steps may be, we're here to do that. So thank you for your time today.
Thank you,
Appreciate
Doug.
it. Yep. Okay.
It's 2:04, and I adjourn this workshop.